All right, so we'll jump right into it. So, quick recap. Welcome to episode 9 of D&D's Princes of the Apocalypse. So, last time, the group was at Riverguard Keep, where they had just spent the night and awoke to find the place abuzz about a coming figure from the worn path to the west. The group were escorted under guard to discover the oncoming figure was that of Priestess Lemura of the All-Faith Shrine in Red Larch. Limera reveals to Sora Bloom from their birthright had fallen within the All-Faith Shrines and convinces Sora they have to return with her to attend to it. And then after some indecision, Sora made the difficult decision to leave with Limera and depart from the party for now. The party then discusses whether to stay or leave, at which time, after some back and forth attempts at persuading and deceiving the keep's gatekeeper to allow Liam to join their ranks, ultimately it ended up with Liam's recently new acquaintance Garb to be led away by a fellow guard, and the party ultimately run out of the keep under threat of attack. Traversing north through the Desserin wilds, they weaved through narrow canyon crevices and came upon a monastery hidden within a sandstone amphitheater where sound echoes clearly from one end to the next. Attempts to make their way inside are rejected by the monks, who seem to have little care or worry concerning the guests eating their meal on their doorstep. Kendra, in trying to bring Liam out of his guilty brooding off on his own, shares a tale from her home village, inviting him to join the rest of them for a meal when he's ready. And ultimately, the group decides to head back the way they came through the crevice and head west towards a wide cliffside, of which the team decide to climb. After several failed athletic and strength checks, the party are finally able to make it topside, where they find themselves on an expansive plateau that extends northeast. To the northwest, the plateau seems to drop off, and a very wide valley exists between the canyon. Um, the air where you're at right now, it's dry, a bit thinner, where the party decides to bed down for the night, just in simple tents that were procured by Flick and Liam, who is off to the side on his own with no tent, but a backpack full of rocks to rest his head on. And as the group beds down, are y'all going to sleep? Are you taking watches? What are we doing?
Liam can take watch, or at least be the canary.
You're muted.
I realized after I said it. Charles, take first watch.
Okay. Where's my book? All right. Liam, you're taking first watch. Who else? Anyone? Who's next?
Kendra, are you going to allow him to be the only one taking watch?
That depends on how long you're going to sleep.
Long enough
I'm
to be
exhausted.
long enough to be bright and chipper, I would imagine, but I don't mind taking second watch.
All right. So, Flick will take second. Anyone else going to do a watch? Watch is 2 hours, which is what is allowed then for you to still get 6 hours of sleep to attain a long rest.
I'll take third.
Third, okay.
Then I'll be waking up early, I suppose.
All right, guys. Okay, so let's just have everyone go ahead and roll perception checks for me.
Wow, something I have a positive modifier in. 18.
Okay.
Natural 20 plus 3.
Nice.
6.
Good job.
I'm really nervous being next to Kendra.
Don't worry about it. You said it was perception?
Yeah.
19.
19.
Also So
To be perfectly
apologies.
fair, with how long Flick and Kendra managed to not blow each other up, both of them are probably more stable than they let on.
All right. All right, so you guys bed down for the night. Liam, you have first watch. The air, already a little bit thin and dry, definitely cools down quite a bit. Um, Even though heat rises, you are further away from the core of the earth, so it's much cooler even in this springtime. And you see the night sky as you're laying there, just staring up at it, and it is expanse of stars, completely black sky with just smattering of stars. But your 2 hours passes, no issues.
I just want to say at this time, Liam is in awe of just the world and how he's gotten to see more of it in the little farm that he was at when he started. And that's all he's thinking to himself, that he's getting to live the stories his grandfather told him.
All right. So after 2 hours, a lot of introspection, Liam wakes Flick up for her watch. And, yeah, Flick. So, Flick, as you're taking your watch and you are watching over the camp, you do see a slow rolling fog, not real thick. You can see it decently through it, but it rolls slowly in, and just starting from the far canyon area and just passing over your camp and beyond. The coolness of the canyon mixing with the heat coming from the other end. Other than that, did you want to do anything during your watch?
Flick is, woken up partway through. She's not sleeping in full armor, so simply resting with basic gear. Watching the fog in the sky is probably the most at home she's felt since leaving home, this high up on a mountainside. Simply watching the fog roll in, looking at the stars, and letting shapes curl from her pipe, vanishing into the darkness of the night, blending with the fog as dragons and horses blend from the tip of her smoke. She's taking it easy, but with the fog rolling in, we'll prepare Detect Magic as a ritual cast, just in case.
All right. So you settle into the comfort of home with this fog moving through. Though it's a different type of fog, you're used to the cooler fog, or the warmer fog, the humidity causing just massive amounts of water to lift into the air that used to move through the jungles and the mountains of your homeland. And this is a bit cooler, and it kind of chills you a bit, but there's still that comfort of home. And your 2 hours passes without any issues. And eventually you wake up Rowan. And Rowan, you get up and walk over to the side and have a seat a little ways off. And you look over the camp. Settling in for your watch, and the events of the day start to replay in your mind over and over, and you're trying to come to terms with the going-ons of your fellow party members as you watch them. Kendra with her confusing visions, her driving guilt to find her sister, sometimes leading her to make rash decisions. Liam, always running off to be on his own, hiding his inner struggles. You know, today especially was a low blow for him. Guilt of whatever happened between the guard Liam had befriended seems to have driven a wedge between him and the party at the moment. You're just not sure how to approach it, or if you're even capable of dislodging that wedge. What if you only make it worse? What if you just drive the guilt further down? Sora being pulled away from the party, reasons you don't really understand. But you know it's what's best for them. Even so, you can't help but feel the loss of this trusted warrior friend. That sense of comfort that you're not the sole protector of your friends is gone. And you feel that soul burden come upon you as you watch over the camp. As these thoughts are running through your mind, you hear a voice within you. Am I enough? Do I have what it takes? Can I alone truly protect them? And you close your eyes and draw in a deep breath. That cool, damp air as a hollowness begins to seep in. And as you open your eyes, you find yourself standing on a crest of a hillside that stretches far into the night. Off in the distance, you hear thunder rumbling across the horizon, and you sense a presence beside you. Why have you given yourself over to doubt? And as you look over to your right, Rowan, you see a tall, lean, muscled man, skin as black as charcoal, bald head but for a white stripe of hair in a mohawk that comes down to a point at the base of the skull. Heavy armor of differing metals and colors are welded together in this intricate design with almost like an inner light that seems to create almost like a stained glass appearance that adorns his frame. And in his right hand, he holds a tall halberd, the butt rested into the ground. And white, iridescent eyes with hints of what looks like rolling storm clouds shifting beneath the sclera turns and looks at you, waiting.
I've lost before, and I'm afraid to lose again. but fear is not weakness in my eyes.
You see a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth as he looks down upon you. And he nods. Fear is not a weakness. And those stormy, iridescent eyes turn back towards that expansive valley below you, shifting across it as if seeing something beyond the shadows. It is an opportunity to prove to one's own heart that it is the heart of a warrior. And we shall not bend a knee in the face of fear. Were you not chosen by the great god of war himself to be his symbol of honor and courage to this land? And those iridescent, stormy eyes shift to look back at you.
I may have been chosen, but that doesn't answer the question of why. All I've ever done, all I've cared about is protecting the people I love, the parents who adopted me, the town that at first treated me poorly, grew to accept me, and I was pulled from that world. I don't know this. What if I can't stop the darkness?
You see those eyes looking out across the grassy valley below again. You look without truly seeing yet, young one. What lies before you? You will grow to recognize. You will grow to fight. And one day you will take your place alongside me and the others chosen by Herodias. For now, you are to be his avatar in this land. Do not worry about the next. Only worry about what is before you. And you will take the first steps towards glory. Is this truly what you want?
I think it depends on what glory means. I care about people and protecting them with everything.
Protection. It is a facet of honor. It is what the warrior is for. To protect. must decide whether you wish to continue towards this path or walk away now. And he looks out towards the valley again.
I look out to listen to the thunder rolling in. Think about where I came from. What this journey has meant so far. I take a deep breath and I accept.
You can sense the small nod of approval. But then the eyes look down at you, piercing almost through you. Prove it. And then he looks straight up into the sky. And as you follow his gaze and look towards the dark sky high above, you see a flash of golden light, almost like a brief sunburst. And you see a figure falling. And at this distance, you shouldn't be able to make out that individual, but you can. And your heart seizes as you realize it's Kendra. And she is falling quickly towards the ground. What are you gonna do?
But then,
I immediately. Is she over the canyon behind me or over the valley?
Over the valley, and she is falling fast.
I quickly look to see where Flick has placed all his ropes and realize there's nothing there.
Your party
And-
is completely gone behind you.
And I turn to look at Kendra. And I feel my amulet almost start to burn. And I don't even think anymore. And I just sprint and jump off the edge of the cliff. And in that moment, I cast Radiant Soul. And just feel what I felt at that moment of destroying the dragon that was terrorizing my village. This power that I've never been able to harness before since that time. And I feel my vision change to be clear as day and realize that I'm flying. And I look over my shoulder and see these wings. They're glowing bright and don't question it and just go catch Kendra.
Alright. So you get a running leap and you leap off of this valley side, and you unleash this divine energy within you. You don't call upon it, you don't cast it. It's not something you're reaching for to shape or mold. This is a swirling storm of energy that you've had building within you that you've never even really given any thought to until now. And as you watch your friend quickly falling towards the ground, you let it go. And you feel it spread like electricity almost across your arms, from your chest down your arms into your eyes. And they blaze brilliant light. You feel it burn into your back as those wings come out. And you rush towards her, flying straight towards her, the cold air biting against your skin as you're pushing forward. And she goes right past you, and you change your trajectory and just fly straight down towards her. The ground you can see is rushing ever close, and you notice she's looking back at you. But it's as if she's not quite seeing you. It's as if she's seeing through you. And she extends her hand out. And you reach yours out to grasp it. Kendra.
Am I dead?
You are sleeping. As you are sleeping, you drift and find yourself on your watch, sitting on a large rock off to the side so you can look over the camp. You wrap your cloak tighter around you as the chill from the valley beyond brings in that heavy fog, and it's very chilled and damp. And with that, your eyes seek out the eastern horizon. It's just instinctually. But you know it's too early for the sun to rise, and yet you can't help but feel that deep longing for the warming embrace of the morning light. It reminds you of the warm arms of another, wrapping around you in love and protection. And this feeling, it's familiar and yet out of reach. And you run a hand through your hair and hold some of the strands in front of your face, inspecting the dulled color. And you remember her hair, so vibrant and red like a fiery rose. And you feel tears fill your eyes as you realize your hair no longer has that same fire. It's dulled from the greediness of the necromancer that stole your life from you. And you feel this hollowness within you as you realize this small connection you shared with your mother, as silly as it may seem, it's gone. And you let it go. As the loss hits you, and you reach instinctually for your amulet to wrap your hand around it, hoping for some warmth, and realize that's gone as well. In your hands, you scramble at your neck, looking for it, your eyes darting across the flat rock campsite. There, back where you and Liam had fallen to the ground after the harrowing climb up the cliffside, you see it. What do you do?
see it all the way down at the bottom?
No, towards where you guys had crested the cliff.
Okay. I walk over, and as I go over to my amulet, I just stare at it with a spark of hope and just some warmth, walking towards it to bend down and pick it up.
As you walk over to it, you notice something really off kilter. The closer you get, the perspective of the amulet grows. And the closer, the more steps you take towards it, it grows in size. And as you near it, the amulet is giant, like 3 times your size. Lying flat on the ground. The chain which previously held it around your neck is gone. And you see a large, jagged crack has been sundered down the middle of it, separating the large, empty eyes of the amulet, which are now just 2 pools of darkness. But you sense something there. A movement, as if the darkness is shifting, like black molten glass. And as your hand brushes against the outer edge of the giant amulet, you feel that warmth against the pads of your fingers. The familiar warmth. And the empty eyes of the amulet start to fill with light from deep within. And it builds quickly and permeates the darkness around you. One eye filled with brightly raging flames of light shooting out and singeing the air around it with heat and fire. The other eye, soft beams of warmth and sunlight piercing through the darkness like a beacon of security and hope. What do you do?
I am in awe, just staring at it, trying to wrap my head around why this is happening. How could this be? And without much thought at all, I start to go around it. And I brush my hand through the light.
As soon as your hand dips into the light of the soft beams, the eye that has just almost like sunbeams coming out of it, you notice a familiar figure standing before you. Almost as if she'd always been there, but you couldn't see her for some reason. As she stands before you, fiery red rose hair gently draped around her shoulders. And she looks upon you with pride and just love and smiles at you. And you go to wrap your arms around her, but you find yourself grasping at air as you walk straight through her. And she turns to look back at you. Her expression is sad, but accepting. She looks back down towards the amulet and crouches next to it and looks back up towards you, holding her hand over the amulet, invitingly. showing you. What do you do?
With tears of just happiness mixed with a hollow sadness of not being able to touch her, Kendra will just stare, move as close as she can, and try to see what she's being shown.
Your mother smiles at you as you crouch down next to her. And she holds her hand up and holds it over the amulet, looking back at you, and pushes the hand down.
And I copy her. I do exactly as she does.
So, as you do the same, instead of your hand passing through the amulet, it rests against it. And your mother places her ghostly hand over yours, guiding you. And when you feel that cool metal, you feel the warmth fill your hand once more. On both sides of your hand. And you look up at her with these shocked eyes and expression, and she smiles just gently back at you. And then her expression shifts, and it dims. And she turns sad eyes toward the other eye of the amulet, the raging eye. And she turns back towards you once more, Kendra, with this guilt-ridden but accepting expression of what must happen next. As if leading you, she looks pointedly towards the fiery eye of the amulet and points towards it.
I know what you want me to do. I just don't want to leave. So close.
She nods at you. And you can see the impending regret and slight fear as she looks down at you. And she rests her ghostly hand just over your hand and slides it, guiding you.
I offer no resistance. As she starts the motion, I finish it.
Your hand reaches towards the eye with the raging flames coming out. And the moment your fingers dip beneath the lip of it, you see a new figure standing before you, staring straight ahead, unmoving, the The smooth mask of shiny copper beneath a dark hood covers the face, with partial slots cut into the orbital areas to give the illusion of eyes, while still keeping the face covered. The body covered in black shirt and pants, with a dark gray quilted type vest, and there's hints of black singeing around the outer edges. The figure remains unmoving. And then you see a pair of painted fingers creep up and over the shoulders of the figure. And a tall, familiar woman with wild, fiery red hair seemingly seeps into view from the darkness behind the other figure, looking straight at you, Kendra, as she wraps her arms around the unmoving figure possessively, tauntingly. And you are shocked and horrified as you recognize the woman to be this twisted and corrupted version of your mother, draped in black and gold, revealing armor with long, draping red skirts that has wide slits. Flickering anger and malice fill the eyes that you barely recognize, and you turn to look back towards the mother you do recognize. She stands behind you, looking on with deep regret and sadness. And Kendra, as you turn to look back towards the perverted version of your mother, you see a sadistic smile pull at the corner of those painted lips as her head tilts down slightly and her form raises into the air a bit above the other figure as two large plumes of fiery black smoke pour from her back, forming into two blazing wings draped by that thick smoke. Watch as she raises an arm, and as she does, the figure beneath her also raises an arm. And a ball of flames building quickly. And as the hand turns towards you, the ball of fire hurls towards you and hits you in the chest, the impact burning white heat, and it throws you backwards, and you feel yourself falling. You tumble off the cliffside, and as you see it go distant, and you get further and further away, gravity pulling you towards the ground, the air rushing past you, whipping your hair in your face, where you can just make out the form of your mother, your real mother, flying towards you. Wings of golden light spread out behind her as she rushes towards you, fear prevalent in her expression as she reaches her hand out for you, straining to reach you. Do you take her hand?
Yes.
All right. So you reach out and you take her hand. And as the ground is rushing up to meet you, your vision is suddenly filled with blinding light and your body filled with warmth and love and something new. Everyone roll for initiative.
Something new. Oh no, Kendra turned into the Balrog.
21.
All right,
14.
hold on. Roll it. Hold on 1 second.
Suppose I shouldn't have mentioned that Flick actually takes her armor off to.
It's like, I swear to God, if you attack me in the tent.
Oh, man. All right. Let me drop you guys. And tell you what's going on.
Oh, hi.
All right. So the person who is actually on watch is Rowan. You are in the middle of trying to your vision, and you are reaching for Kendra, and as your hands connect, it's like your vision, both of you and Kendra, your vision suddenly opens up, and you both realize you're about to hit the ground. And you pull straight up and are able to skim the ground as you fly back around towards the cliffside. And at that moment, you hear rock shifting. And you can almost see a bulge in the cliffside going as quickly up the side of it as you are going up. And as you crest to the top of it, into the air, you see a large insect-like monster. And that's where we're gonna start. All right. Hold on. I got this, guys.
Are you okay, Kendra?
When can you fly?
Good question. But let's talk about that topic once we figure out what's going on.
All right. So, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I get this to work.
I'm realizing I need to update the token for Flick. That one's not nearly manic enough.
All right.
I also just want to remind everyone to update your HP. I just did, but I know that like you got 31, and here you got 24.
Thank you.
you.
Okay.
All right.
Someone's perfing profiles.
Liam, what was your initiative?
16.
16. Flick,
21.
21. Spider-Pot, or 21. All right. Kendra,
14.
Rowan,
This makes so much sense. 7. I got someone in my arms right now.
oh
Who's
man.
very angry.
Confused, angry, being held aloft in the sky when you thought you were sleeping.
She did give me consent to do whatever to protect her, heal her, or anything
Yeah.
at any time.
Now she's a projectile.
All right. Flick, you are first. You see, you are actually asleep, but woken up by the tremors in the earth beneath you. And as you scramble and sit up and peek out of your tent, you see the rocks just shoot out as a giant insect type monster comes crawling out, and you realize Kendra was standing right at the edge of the cliff as the insect monster darts forward and shoves her off.
What a dick.
Within a moment, you see another figure fly down after her. And seconds later, they both fly up above the cliffside. You see Rowan and Kendra up in the air as this Ankeg faces you. What are you gonna do? You're up first.
like stumbles out of the tent, clearly dressed in a hurry, holding an axe in one hand and a belt laden with potions in the other as she's kicking the spider pot out along ahead of her. What the devil is going on out here? What did you do? Seeing the immediate threat, she's going to take one of the flasks off the bandolier and whip it towards whatever the hell that thing is, and splat it with firebolt.
All right, go for it.
That's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
All right. My D10. 8 fire.
All right.
Clearly not fully awake. Like tosses a flask off the belt, held in one hand, using the hatchet in the other hand as a kind of lattice for it as she flings it towards the creature as it bursts upon its back, spreading quickly fulminating fluid up the chitinous form of whatever this creature is.
Awesome. All right. It squeals in pain as it fire just comes across it. Spider-Pot?
Spider-Pot doesn't technically get its own. Well, it does, but I have to use my bonus action to tell it to shoot it. That's what I'm
Okay.
going to do. As soon as I find out where the heck its sheet goes. It's buried in a weird place. Okay, so Spider-Pot, it doesn't have its own soul, but it's following the will of its master and firing a force blast at it. Unfortunately, it's still full of stew, so it's firing a blob of hot stew at the spider creature
That is amazing.
with a 22 to hit.
All right, 22 absolutely hits.
That is 5 force damage.
All right. Okay.
Now been shot with liquid fire and hot soup impacting it in the back.
All right, and it has a high piercing screech as it was facing the other way, but as soon as that happens, it turns towards you, and that brings us to the Unket.
Still have movement. I can run away.
Would you like to run away?
At least want some distance between me and the thing. So we're going. Oh. Yeah, that looks good. 10, 15, 20. Doesn't want it going to where she was in the tent with volatile things.
All right. And with that, the Ankhed, you watch as it suddenly flips itself up into the air and a spray of acid goes straight down into the ground as it burrows back under the earth. And disappears from view. Liam, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to get up off my rocks. Because, I got my rocks off.
And dreams were you having?
Are
I'm
you sure
going
it wasn't a Stony relationship?
I'm going to look around and be very confused with what's going on, but I have my dagger and short sword in hand. I'm going to hold my action, hold an attack, until the next time I see it.
Okay. All right. Which brings us to Kendra. Currently being held by Rowan.
Well, I'm mad. Not real happy about this. I was having a very nice dream that kind of went a little weird. we're going to. Have we gotten the benefits of a long rest yet?
Not yet.
Cool. That's all I needed to know. I'm going to ready Scorching Ray for whenever this thing pops out.
All right.
And that is my turn.
All right. Rowan, you are currently in the air with Kendra hanging aloft from one wrist.
Kendra, would you like me to place you down somewhere specifically?
Anywhere that you won't get hurt.
That might be tough.
Back in Red Larch.
Bye, Flake Liam. We go down the canyon.
I'm ready to shoot this thing whenever it comes out.
You
Sorry.
seem very agitated.
You guys are
Very.
more alike here. Sorry.
Let's see. What did you say? I still have like my full flying speed right now?
Oh yeah.
From where I'm standing? Okay. So I will fly over towards Liam.
Okay. With your
And-
flight speed 30?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll drop down and allow Kendra to stand.
Okay.
Like, please do not set me on fire.
Sure.
And let's see. As my bonus action, I'm going to cast Divine Favor on myself,
Okay.
which, until the spell ends, my weapon attacks will do an extra 1d4 radiant damage.
Awesome. Okay.
And that will end my turn.
All right. All right. So, Kendra, you are being dropped off right next to Liam, who is still. Liam, did you say you got up, or are you still crashed on the ground?
I got up and I'm holding an attack.
That's right. You're holding an attack. All right. So you're dropped down right next to him, and both of you are readied. And you feel a slight tremor coming up, almost directly beneath you. And another Ankhed comes up and breaks the earth right underneath your feet, nearly throwing you off course.
I'm sorry, I just want to pause for a second. Another one?
It's
Well,
not covered in soup.
Well, trigger was when it resurfaces.
You got it. Go for it. Liam
Well,
and
now my-
Kendra. Liam, you were first, so Liam, you get yours.
Unfortunate. It's a ranged attack, so this is a disadvantage for me.
Natural 20.
I don't. Never mind. I don't get to cast a spell.
So full.
So, how are we doing crits again?
It's full amount of damage. You don't have
Maximum
to roll
damage.
with it. Yeah, maximum.
So, I rolled a 4.
Well, you don't roll for damage, just what's the highest damage.
Yep. So whatever the max dice.
7.
7. All right.
Do I get my second attack?
No, just the one.
Okay. Just want to be sure about that because I'm still a little still
Yep.
figuring out hold actions.
No, you're good.
As you hold one thing that you can do, one action.
And then Kendra.
I don't get a turn?
Well, no,
Oh,
this
they're-
is the reaction. Yeah.
I need to roll 6 dice. Because Scorching Ray is 3 attacks in 1. So, the first one definitely missed, because that was an 8.
Definitely misses.
Okay, we're showing some promise. Okay, that's 16.
That hits.
Okay. That's 15. Is that it?
That hits.
Okay, cool. So that's 4d6 fire damage.
Do it.
2 to 6, so we're at 8. Now we're at 13. Now we're at 19. So 19 fire damage as Kendra leaps back to try to get out of the way of the Yonka. First beam missing. Moving back down, she brings her hands together around her amulet, and both beams from the eyes of the amulet comes out, just striking the beast.
It reels back. Alright. No, that's not right. Hold on. You said 19 damage?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Alright. So 2 attacks all at once hit that giant insect that's looming over you. Bits of rock just dropping off of it. And it immediately regrets every decision in its life. Which brings us to Spider Pod, or Flick.
One of those two. Upset, grumpy, missing most of her equipment, Flick is struggling to strap at least a gauntlet on, which has some of her stuff to it. The thing is now the original one is underground, and the other one seems to be well and truly scorched. So we're going to walk without rhythm so as not to attract the worm. No catches on that?
I heard it. I laughed internally.
I don't deal with puns.
Yeah.
It's not a pun, it's a direct reference. 30. And we'll cat movement. We're zigzagging. Go there. Specifically zigzagging to throw it off. And Spider-Pot will take to the sky, holding in the air, and Flick will hold action to hit it in the face with a spell as it comes up.
All right. All right. And Rowan, are you still up in the air?
No, I landed with.
You landed down? Okay.
Mhm.
So, as you touch down, you feel the tremors of the one before you. That Liam and Kendra immediately attack. But you continue to feel it after that, and you start to turn your head, and almost as soon as you turn around, the other Anka appears out of the ground, bits of rock pelting your face as it comes out of the ground, and it is going to make...
Well, I'm holding an action to shoot it.
Oh, can you hit it from that far?
Oh, well, yeah, because I'm, Oh, yeah. I'm casting a 6th level magic missile with the wand strapped to the gauntlet Flick was struggling to put on.
Go for it.
So I just have to
Like I
count.
said
how
on the
many-
tank, surprise!
Surprise, bitch!
Hit me! Yeah.
Oh,
Hit me!
that's 8. I gotta do math here.
I had to pull the calculator up. As if I can't do math.
4. I'm gonna have to write these results down. I don't have enough d4s. What did they say? Yeah.
Comes
You
a
were
time
at
when digital
dice.
dice is needed.
3, 4, 5.
Just buy more dice like I did.
I need 8 d4s.
Oh my gosh.
I have enough for that.
I'm just gonna roll 2 at a time, so 6 plus 7 plus 6 plus 6 and plus 8.
Grand total of.
Let's see, 6, 12, 18, 24, 25 force damage.
Is that to the one that hasn't been hit, or the one that Kendra and I hit?
The one that just popped up.
Okay.
All right. So this one came out of the ground, bits of rock hitting Rowan, pinging off her armor, and all of a sudden it just gets blasted and it is screaming in pain. It looks very, very hurt and not at all enjoying what's happening. And it will make a attack against Rowan. Actually, it's going to make an attack against... It's going to spit some acid. So you guys, Rowan specifically, you're seeing this because you're actually looking at it. And it reels back as it's screaming in pain. And as its forward body flings back, it sprays an acid line. 30 feet long, 5 feet wide. And Rowan, Kendra, and Liam, I need you all to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
Oh, I did the math wrong because I forgot. Because it's 1d4 plus 1 for each one. So it's another 8 force damage, sorry.
That's lame.
I forgot I did the math wrong. I can post the spell.
All right, so
Sorry.
disregard everything that just happened. Instead, it squeals in pain as it then, Rowan, you see this giant hulking form over you crumple and fall to the side as it dies. Liam,
Yeah.
I'm
you
sorry,
are up.
DM.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So these things have at least 33 HP, and this one already has about 26 points of damage on it. So, because I'm keeping track of the math. I'm keeping track of the math. That's why I was asking which one you attacked. I'm gonna Ready Talon. It's in my dominant hand, and okay, that is. I'm going to use luck.
Did you take the luck feat?
I did.
Oh,
The forbidden
Yeah.
feat.
Yeah.
I regret everything in my life.
This is basically just me saying, "Hey guys, this is what feat I took."
Liam 2.0.
That's a 17.
All right, that hits.
Good, because it would have been a 12 otherwise. But keep in mind, I can only use it 3 times per day. Okay, so that is 7 points of damage.
Okay. Okay.
It would be at 33. Minus 33 at this point. Minus 26 for my and Kendra's original attacks, and now another minus 7, so minus 33.
I think that was from the original one, though.
Was it? Because I attacked with multiple. Whatever. -7. -7.
The original one already got hit with 2.
You know what? We'll realize it on the video later. If I'm just really shit at math.
I mean,
-7. I'm gonna throw in a second attack.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to my offhand, and that's my short sword, and that is. That's a 10.
Okay, that does not hit.
So I'm gonna swing down, swing at it, but I hit it, but my sword just bounces off its carcass. It's really thick.
All right.
Some would say it's extra thick.
Kendra,
If
you're
that's
up.
not Liam,
Question. Do I have my new stuff?
Yeah, you're 4th level. You've
Cool. Then we're going to where is it? We're going to cast Green Flame Blade on my quarterstaff and beat the shit out of the Zonkeg.
do it.
Great Flame Blade won't do anything until you're 5th level to a single target.
Green Flame Blade, brandished weapon, use spell casting. The melee weapon worth 1 silver, quarterstaff is worth 2 gold. On hit, target suffers normal effects. Sunscreen fire to leap from the target to a different creature of your choice within 5 feet. Whatever, it still looks cool.
It's the number 1 spell I use on my other character, so I'm very familiar with Green Flame.
Oh well, I have flaming weapons now, which is really all that
You
matters.
do.
Oh, great. Here we go.
You do.
Hey, you can use it to set Liam on fire.
Interesting.
Okay, so what would you like to do instead of that, though? Because we've had growth.
We have had growth.
You can let it fuck.
Nah, I still want to use Green Flame Blade. I can. You can cause fire to leap. I won't. I just have thematically flaming weapons now.
All right, so
That's a
Rowan and
9.
Liam, you see Kendra, her hand just go like this, and a long flame where her hand just flew, a bright green flaming blade just erupts from it, and it like is reflecting in her eyes as she looks on, and she looks really badass.
Unfortunately, I miss. Unless it has a terrible AC.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 9.
It definitely misses. So you
block it in
almost
the
just
face,
like
it looks at him.
swing at it to more or less scare it back a little bit.
I would like to roll intimidation.
Do it.
It's a bug.
What's your
Oh my
point? It's
God.
fire.
You're the beginning of Shrek where he waves the torch. Back, foul beast. It just
What's your point? What? 14.
14. It briefly, its head goes back, and then its leg and pincers start scrambling forward, pissed off.
Well, I tried.
Anything else?
No, I don't have bonus action spells yet.
All right, Rowan, you're up.
Okay, so this one is still out in front of me. Correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and take my warhammer and take a swing. $17 to hit.
That hits.
So basically, I'm gonna swing my warhammer straight for like the front clawed leg, just like try to completely break the bones in the leg. And I did 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
12 points. Did you... You included your... Because you have your wings out.
Oh, that is true. So that's 16 then.
Alright. So, you go for the legs at the bottom, and as Kendra's green flame comes out above, and it is distracted, it reels back and then starts scrambling at that flame, the leftover light, and suddenly it feels its bottom legs crack, almost like crab legs, just cracking in half. And its front legs go into the ground, confused. Anything else? Or what was the damage?
16.
16. It looks on confused for a moment before the rest of it crumbles down upon its own legs, and it is unable to hold itself as it starts falling back into the very hole that it came out of. And you hear its pitiful screeching as it falls back into the hole, a single pincer leg left out into the open as it just dies. And as you guys take a breather, you feel the earth rumbling beneath you. Just kidding. All right. So
I think
Alright.
Kendra's ready.
It might be.
She's still angry.
Very.
There's some
That's my
fireballs in the
watch.
hole, just to be sure.
Burn everything.
Flick is just returning to her tent, wipes a hand over her face, sighs heavily, and goes back to sleep.
Just like that?
This is just like back home. It happens now and then.
Alright.
I'm looking on kind of dumbfounded. Like, so calm and collected.
Home is a terrible place. You get used to these things. I'm left for a reason, after all.
By the way, I love the fact that Spider Pie looks like you have the Oculus Rift on.
I finally took time to find something.
It's perfectly over the face, like it's just like, oh, you're in VR, okay.
It's adorable. Not quite how I pictured it, but I don't have any
Well,
drawing of action Spider-Man.
yeah.
It worked. It's good.
Until you make your own, it'll do. Alright.
It doesn't have brass spider legs.
It doesn't have a lot of what's necessary, but it's better than a friggin' gear. Alright, so you guys settle down for the night. Well, for what's left of the night. And that would bring us to Kendra. You're the last one for a watch.
Yay.
And you were able to get your full rest, actually, so
Wait.
the rest of them bed back down into their tents. And it takes a little bit longer for you to fall asleep, at least Rowan. You especially. Liam and Flick, you're mostly shaking off the jitters. Flick, you're kind of used to shit just coming out of the jungle here and there, and, you know, random horns going off in the distance. You're kind of used to that, so you're able to sleep quite easily and fall back asleep. Liam, it takes you a little bit longer to work off the shakes, especially after yesterday. But after a while, you're able to fall back asleep. Rowan, you were able to fall asleep after quite a bit of time contemplating everything that just happened. It's really hard to get your mind to calm back down, but eventually your thoughts drift into sleep. And we'll say everyone was able to get a long rest then.
Cool.
I mean, the
While
jungles
Kendra's
of-
on watch, she's gonna try her hardest to keep casting Green Flame Blade to change the color because she doesn't like the color green. She's just practicing while she's
Meta
on
magic
watch.
it red,
Just glad you're practicing outside the tent.
and not near Flick's tent.
That's the only reason I was able to actually fall back to sleep fully, because I was like, if you're messing with those damn flames, I'm trying to sleep.
Wait a second. Does this mean I can use control flames on my flame blade?
It's magical flames.
Oh, that's less fun.
I get to roll a bunch of dice on my long rest.
Why are you rolling dice?
One to recharge my magic missile, and one to see what random potion I have for the day.
Oh. I don't have anything fancy like that.
Yet between the jungles of Chult, the storms and the Sea of Swords, and the general hustle and bustle of the city, I could probably sleep through a lot.
All right. So you guys get a long rest. Kendra, being the last watch for the night, you you see that rock that you had in your vision dream off to the side, and you go ahead and scramble back up on top of it and take a seat, almost as if hoping to get that reconnection. But this time your amulet is there, and you have the warmth of it as you wrap your hand around it, and you see the fog, the gentle fog that had rolled from the canyon over the cliffside and back down, starts to dissipate as the soft glow of sun starts to pierce the darkness on the eastern horizon. And you watch the sun come up, doing your normal morning ritual prayers. And once you start hearing your party members behind you, you rejoin them with the group. And you guys are greeted with the morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Why are you so chipper?
Why aren't you? It's the morning. Everything's great. Everything is fine. We survived the night. And everything is wonderful.
Well, it helps being chipper in the morning with breakfast, of course. Like comes out of the tent. Reheated stew, added ingredients. Smells like fresh chicken coming from the pot, which is walking along next to her.
Oh, that smells delicious.
Where did you get the chicken?
I have my ways. It's also not actually chicken.
Do I want to know?
Well, I would. An alchemist would never give away their secrets for free. It's better than chicken. It's scientifically perfected chicken flavor.
All right, then you keep your secrets.
I immediately sit down and just was like, hands like ready for some soup.
Flick doesn't have any bowls, but loads up a large glass flask full of the stew and passes it to Rowan. It's clean and empty before there's stew in it.
I'm not too worried about it.
A bit of pottage can go a long way.
And while I'm eating, I'm just giving a side eye to Kendra, kind of contemplating her behavior.
So, Rowan, when is it that you can fly?
I'm like mid about to to eat. I've done it once before, a long time ago. I thought it came because of Herodias choosing me. But now I'm not so sure.
Well, I've never studied too much into the givings and misgivings of gods, so I wouldn't be able to really understand that much myself, I'm afraid.
It just felt like it came from deep within in a way that I just knew it's something from me, not necessarily Herodias. And finding out that I'm this awesomer species, whatever, just begs the question if it's tied to that.
Well, we do have at least one acquaintance who may have more information. Although the rest of you seem quite hesitant to speak with him, he might be a good lead on that. A bard friend back in the Red Lodge.
Yes, I actually had a conversation. He's the one that even told me what I was. But he didn't mention anything about having wings.
I have a feeling it wouldn't be too difficult to get him talking again. Just seems to be his type.
All I have to do is just put Liam in the room.
Oh, I'm
Might
sure
be
Liam
talking
would
then.
quite give him wings as well.
What can I say? People like to talk to me. I'm a friendly guy. Pretty personable.
Uh-huh.
See, even Kendra agrees.
And as you guys are having this morning meal, hold on, I'm checking passive perceptions real quick. Flick, Liam, and Rowan, pretty much the party. As you guys are having this discussion, and Kendra pipes up from the side. You realize something seems more vibrant about her. You didn't even notice it before, but she looks more herself. The last several days, something just seemed. You knew emotionally she seemed a little off the rails, a little rash. But you didn't realize until now that physically she looked dimmed, dulled. Everything about her looked a little bit less vibrant. Her skin a little bit paler. Her hair not as vibrant. And now, sitting there, there's a confidence about her. And her hair has come back with that vibrance fire once more. Those blue eyes piercing like when the day you first met her. But there's a small sense of calm confidence now within her. Even though she's surrounded by you, her party, there seems to be another driving force, something that she's able to hold on to. And that's just the sense you get from her.
Yay.
And you guys partake of this meal, and something seems to have shifted. Since you left Riverguard, things seem so dark and just like you were trudging across a desert or something. Everything seemed pointless and just we're headed to the next spot. But it seems like with this new dawn, you guys finally have a togetherness again and are ready to set forth. Where exactly? You're not quite sure. But that would be a good thing to discuss.
No, of course, to that town I can never remember the name of. Let me check my notes. I need to take better notes.
Are you speaking of Beliard?
That's the one. There it is. It is in my notes. At any rate, give me just a moment, and Flick will, set their utensils down and go over to where the first insect had sprayed acid to burrow into the ground. Check if there's any traces of that acid left by now. It's only been a couple hours.
Yeah, so you head towards where the insects were, and you do see them still there. The carcasses are there.
Flick will examine to see if she can find where the acid came from out of the insect. So it was sprayed from its mouth when it flew up to burrow down.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can carefully find and extract some into a glass vial.
Okay.
Because glass is resistant to acid. That's how you transport it. Big gloves time.
Okay, so go ahead and let's say this is
Nature check?
yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, nature check's probably best.
That is a 24.
Okay, so you are looking and inspecting the leftover acid around the hole where the Ankhed came out. The rocks still have that smattering of green that has eaten away at a little bit of at some of the rock. and you follow it to where the carcass still lays and can see just some spittle of it. And you're able to pull apart pieces of it. It takes you a while, but you're able to find some of the poison sac gland within its neck that you're able to pull out.
Squelching and crunching as Flick has both hands in there.
Yes, it's very yummy. The rest of the
Immediately
group are
during
very satisfied to hear this while they're eating their breakfast.
going to fill up a couple samples and add it to the collection. What was the name of the thing again?
Ankhed,
Yeah.
Ankheggs. For plural.
Alright.
He was burned into my brain. This fun fact, Ankhed was one of the first pictures I had to get over in the DMG because I have insectophobia.
Oh, really?
Does Kendra now?
No, but it
As
was
one-
right there. As soon as I got the monster manual, it just boom.
I mean, she basically got thrown off a cliff by one, so...
No, I'm
Probably
over it
not.
now. I'm working on it. But I had to get over my fear just a little bit in order to like read the monster manual. So that's fun.
Do all kinds of custom goofings.
What did you roll on your nature check, Flick?
26.
Okay. So, as you're
That was
inspecting,
24, so-
as you're pulling this gland out, a thought occurs to you, and you recall actually some former knowledge that you had learned about Ankheggs. Specifically, how they are entirely too stupid and ravenous to really be trained. But the way that these came up from the earth along a cliffside, traveled this far up, you know that this does not quite fit the education that you have learned about Ankheds. And it makes you consider that perhaps these Ankheds were in fact following direction from elsewhere.
That's troublesome. Look, we'll come back from the Ankheggs, just kind of dripping venom from her hands as she takes her gloves off. So, have the rest of you encountered these creatures before at all?
No, I have not.
I'm getting the feeling that whatever brought them here, they were directed in some kinds. It's not general behavior for these beasts. They're far less mindless, and I do not think they would follow a group as such as ourselves up to such a remote location, lacking in so much other sources of food. At least, not on their own.
Do you know who would even have the ability to control such things?
To be perfectly honest, I was not aware such things could be controlled.
There's a lot of weird things happening in this valley. Just in general.
I suggest that we leave as soon as we can. Maybe somewhere on the ground.
It's not so bad up here. Come now. Can't you hear the wind better this high up? At any rate, we still need to get to our destination, the town that I can never remember the name of, to the north, along the river.
Hilliard.
Belliard. I'm just gonna keep that as a running joke at this point. Because it's like, it's in my notes, but every time I go to say it, it's just gone.
Fair enough.
Hmm.
All right.
We were investigating people disappearing after all. I can imagine. I rather can't imagine these things were the ones that dug graves for them. But if something out there can direct beasts such as this, well, it's certainly something we'd want to understand why. At the very least, I'm curious as to how.
Indra, have you already done your morning prayers?
Yes. And that Joe lets you sleep in a bit.
Well, with that, I'm ready to head to Billiard.
You have to give me a hand with these tents, Rowan, dear.
Sure.
All right. So you guys break down camp. Then you pack everything back up. Which way do you guys plan to head?
Well, we need to keep the, at least the valley of the river in sight to our right if we're headed north. Belliard should
North
be.
we go.
Oop, I'm sorry, Kendra, what was that?
North we go.
North it is.
All
Do
right.
we know which way is north? Because we
Yeah.
were lost before.
It's the way away from the lowlands, following the gap of the river, as the river heads north to south. And we are at the south end of that. So following the river away from the keep where we made such nice friends will take us north.
Okay. Either way.
I also feel like Kendra would know, since having to know where east is at all times. I would place money on Kendra knowing directions.
She always knows where east is, but she doesn't know north and south.
Yes. Now the Desserin River is far beyond sight at this point. It is far to the east. You guys are on top of a plateau area, but there are hills and such to the right, to the east, towards the east. And they almost cover the area of where the river was, far below, where it cut through. But you
Oh,
guys
so
can
we-
absolutely head north.
So we head a bit northeast until we can see the gap of the river.
Alright.
Okay.
And then once we have the river firmly in sight, we can head straight north then.
All right. So you guys start heading north.
We're lost, hopelessly lost.
Ah,
No. Hold on. Let me pull up. Here we go.
In Sora's absence, Flick is just going to start using one of her notebooks to create a rudimentary map of where they are and where they've headed and where they've been.
Oh, okay.
It's at least something. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll start making a map.
Okay. So you guys continue on the top of this plateau. And you see to your left the wide canyon. It is a deep gorge. And you can see as you head north, there is a thin river, a small river that flows right through the canyon to the west. Rock spires rise from the canyon floor. And you hear off to the west, whenever the wind blows through it, blows through those canyon floors and the spires and the natural structures, it makes almost a sighing, sometimes a howling sound. And you see throughout this almost badland area, there are wild goats along the cliffside walls, sometimes cresting up to where you're at before quickly dropping back below. The area is brightly lit, especially atop where you are, and as you head north, you do see that canyon to the west. There are areas where it's almost 400 feet to the bottom, and then as you continue on, 200 feet, 300, and it just kind of goes up and down. And the further north you go, you start climbing over hills of rock and dry grasses. And everyone but Kendra notices off to the west. As you move north, there is a spire off to the west of the canyon, on the far west side of the canyon. It is a pillar of rock that rises high into the air. The tallest point is miles, it seems miles up, and it's white. As the sun hits it, it almost sparkles, almost like a gleaming sword piercing the sky. And you vaguely remember seeing this when you were inspecting some graves a few days ago. And it looked quite a bit smaller, but it was also quite a far distance off. But now as you travel north, you do see it off to the west, and it almost like pierces the sky. And you see above it dark shadows circling around it. Do you continue north?
Heather didn't notice it, so she's still going.
Guys?
Huh?
Do you see what I see?
What?
I just walk up to Kendra and point to the west. That giant rock. Right there. Unless I'm hallucinating.
Tell me she.
There's definitely something very off about this area. We've now come across a fort populated by strange people, an empty place, temple, monastery thing with cliffs, and now the spire. What is going on around here?
Well, I'm glad
I-
both of you find it strange. I really have no point of basis for this land.
Where's the nearest town?
West. So that way.
You turn towards the west area, and you can't quite. You can see the other side of the canyon. Also, a flat, semi-flat, hilly area with rocks, um, but you can't see below it. Um, but you would know it's the town you're familiar with, Red Larch, is more southwest.
It's that way.
Well, I know there were old dwarven civilizations in here. Perhaps it could be left over from something they've erected.
Maybe.
Does the color look interesting to you guys?
Well, it's
Almost like it's glowing.
quite a bright white in color, but I don't find that all too terribly strange. There are many forms of rocks that can gleam just so in the light.
You think it's a magic rock?
They don't all have to be magical.
Another lance rock?
I think that one's a little large to have been dropped by a dragon on someone's head.
Well, maybe this was just a bigger dragon.
That's just it. How can it be that tall?
Oh. I know how fire works. I don't know how rocks work.
I think you know how to throw fire.
I know how fire works. And how it doesn't.
Click will pass a little flask on to Kendra. Explain how this works.
It's a container?
It's the orange fluid inside the container.
What is in here?
Kendra is holding something that she's seen Flick throw many times, at which points it usually explodes.
Oh no.
You said you knew how fire works. I'm sure you can understand this one.
I know how magic fire works. I don't know this witchcraft.
It's not witchcraft, it's science.
It's witchcraft.
What you do is witchcraft, Kendra dear.
What I do is magic. What you do is witchcraft.
I fear this is the strangest semantic argument I've ever encountered. Besides, you enjoyed it at the stew this morning. It's perfectly safe.
So, as we were, like, bickering, I'm still staring at this rock thing. And I'm like... Do you guys see the, shadows that seem to be moving at the top of it?
Yes, and I'd like them to stay up there and not over here. Unless you're asking if we'd like to go investigate.
No. No. At least not yet, but this seems very, very unusual.
If I were to have a vision of winds, I feel it would be there.
It's not the strangest structure in these lands. There was quite the massive bridge that crossed over the river when I passed north along it quite some time ago. Didn't get a good look at it from the barge, but it was quite interesting.
Has anything happened to you lately, Kendra? Since you mentioned your visions.
You could say that, yes. Dreams. They're very interesting. And I have to compile it and figure out what it meant.
And then it's like, I realize, like, mentioning dreams, it's like, and I'm staring at this rock, and it snaps me into like realizing last night was more than just a dream for me. It's like, how are you falling?
How were you flying? I don't know how I was falling. In the dream, I fell, and a winged woman came down to save me. And then I woke up to you saving me.
Were you sleep? Have you ever slept walk?
Not that I know of. No. I do know that a large insect might have thrown us.
That seems to have quite some intelligence then.
All I know is something might have happened. I had a very strange dream. I have a lot of trauma to work through. And now I have new spells.
Is this case of strange dreams and portents and signs a human thing? It seems to be happening to many of you, and all I get is good sleep and occasional infestations, it seems.
Well, good for you.
Liam, have you had any strange dreams or such as of late?
Can't say I have.
Has the wind said anything interesting?
Not that I can think, other than let's not go to that one crack. Stale crack. I am going to bring up again. It might do us justice to go to the nearest town and stock up on supplies again. The wilds are nice, but we need information.
We can reach Beliard and hopefully have some questions answered there. Should be at least a big enough village that we can get some supplies.
Good. And maybe we'll be able to have a nice bed to sleep in.
And perhaps pick up an extra tent or two. Poor Rowan doesn't look well rested.
So as you guys continue, and you are able to, as you're watching the landscape around you, you're able to kind of, in your mind, get an idea of what you're passing on the west side, which is this large canyon area. And as you come to this northern point, you come to an area where the ground drops off, and you can see the other side, maybe 200 feet from you. It's not that wide, but it starts to narrow further off towards the northeast, almost like a knife cutting from the canyon into the cliffside. But it does seem to go a ways towards the northeast area. So you can either climb down and go back up, or you can make your way northeast and see if it connects. Whatever you would like to do.
A more clear direction might be to continue along up here if we want to make it to the town as quickly as we can. But if we're that hurting for supplies, we could check the river, see if there's any fish.
How long would you suppose it would take if we just tried to get to Beliard as fast as possible?
Unfortunately, I don't have a map, I just know the direction.
Maybe going down to the river would be better. That way we could get some food. Try to fish. And there might be something growing down there that we can make a campfire out of.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Lead the way.
Let's head into the
Who's
canyon.
gonna fall down the cliff first?
Let's see if we can find a place that isn't quite so steep, so we don't have to have another little competition between these two.
Yeah, if you guys want to make an investigation check.
I don't know why you're saying it's a competition when I'm going to win.
Ooh. 21.
2.
Well, that's good.
15.
5.
Flick, did you say 31?
No, 21.
21. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 31. Casually.
Like, holy cow, how are we to that point already? All right, so
That'd be a +4 to it. 17.
everyone else is kind of looking along the edge, still a little shaken from this morning's events, and even yesterday. And so, Flick, you're really the only one that is able to look down the cliffside, especially with your climbing abilities. And you do spot an area where it seems there is a less steep slope, maybe 250 feet to the bottom. But it does seem to have a good, almost stair-stepping. There are a couple spots where maybe it would be a little difficult to traverse, but nothing like the cliffside climb that you guys had previously.
I think I've got a bit of a better idea. Just a moment. All right, the rest of you. I got us all up the cliff. Do you trust me to get us all down quickly?
The quickly part I'm worried about, but yes.
Quickly and safely, I can assure no one will be harmed.
Alright.
Everyone, quickly line up next to the edge and watch for what I point out.
All right.
I'm a lot less confident now, but okay.
All right. So,
You too.
Flick, go ahead and let's do some athletics.
Oh, no, just getting everyone lined up at the edge.
Oh, just lining up. Okay.
We about to Featherfall?
So everyone
like
lines up along the edge of the cliff.
Is everyone going along with this?
Yes.
Rowan,
Liam?
Liam.
I walk up.
I'm hesitant, but intrigued.
Flick will nod her head and pat them all on the shoulder and give everyone a good push and jump off herself.
Okay.
And Feather falls the group.
Okay.
So, Kendra, Rowan, and Liam, you all line up together and confident that your friend, has found a way down. And as you all peer over, looking for that nice path on the way down, Liam, suddenly you see Kendra, her form, fly past you. Suddenly you feel the ground go out from beneath you. And Rowan, just as you're about to turn around and fling curses behind you, you find yourself also falling off. And suddenly it's like a soft pillow is what you have landed into. And yet you're still falling downwards at quite a good speed, but it's just so much more gentle. And you see up above you the cat-like figure gliding off as she leaps down towards you. That wild mane of orange hair, just in her element as she soars down next to you. And Rowan, you're the one that most, at first you're freaking out, but then you're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm okay with this. I've done this before. And
Second time in one day.
and you guys quickly and gently fall to the ground below, where you step down on a rocky surface. We'll say right around this area, where there's quite a bit of shrub and dried
I didn't
grass.
see where you clicked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just shy of the bend in that river.
Never do that again without telling us what you're going to do.
I told you I was going to get you down quickly and safely.
I think you fail to understand the nuance of what should have happened.
I did tell you an alchemist doesn't give their secrets.
Are you okay, Liam? You look a little pale.
I was just pushed off a cliff without any forewarning. Yes, I am a bit pale. Give me a moment.
I'm starting to get very used to this. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not, but good job, Flick.
And nothing exploded.
Good. Actually, you gave me a wonderful idea for rolling.
Really now.
Just something fun.
During that fall, right before landing, I have this moment where I start thinking of like, I'm really going to enjoy flying.
I'll need a fire in order to show you what I was thinking. Maybe 2 fires. Maybe 1. 1 should do. But for now, to the river.
Look, just strokes the furrowing face, brushing out a few scorched embers that remained in her fur. She's also quite used to fire.
All right. So you guys trudge your way through the dry grasses and past some very sparse, bent, dry-looking trees. You see rock spires off in the distance, and you hear the trickling of a river just north of you, and you head towards it and find a small river. It courses through the canyon, from what you can see, winding around the tall spires. And everyone make perception checks.
Oh boy.
That's an 11.
That's a 3.
16.
16.
Okay. Liam and Rowan, you spot southwest across on the other riverbank. You see some. You're not quite sure. It's hard to make out, but you see movement moving in and about the some thicker shrubs along the banks of the river. They pause a moment and then shift backwards. And you can never quite make out what they are, but you do see movement over there.
Good thing Kendra didn't see it, or there'd be a firebolt flying.
Speaking of, any like kindling around? Like you said, there's like dried wood. Just
Mhm.
picking some up haphazardly, just having it.
Okay.
Good to have for later.
All right. So you gather some dried dead wood into your bag.
Liam, did you see this?
I'm not sure what I saw, but I'm certain that I don't want to be around and meet it.
Is that the vibe you're getting?
You see
Yeah.
something.
I'm not. I don't know what we're finding, but we're finding a lot of danger out here.
It could be there.
Can I do some sort of roll based on like whether I just feel like it's dangerous or not?
Where you're at?
Yeah. I may not have been able to make it out, but it did seem like the. Can I get a vibe off of it?
I guess insight would be a
Yeah,
vibe check.
insight. Make an insight check.
Make a vibe check.
Yeah. Why is that not a thing?
General vibe of the room, man.
Vibe. I want the vibe of the room.
I'm just saying, we can add skills on D&D Beyond. It's possible. I've done it before.
+2 to
14.
general vibe.
14?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You get a sense that you're being watched. And that's about it. You don't sense that they are aggressively coming towards you. They seem to be staying off in the distance. Every now and then you'll see one dip towards the river for several minutes before heading back towards the shrubs.
Based on what we just dealt with really early this morning, would you agree that we don't tell Flick or Kendra about this?
I think that might be best. Not until we know more. Or not until we believe we're in danger.
Agreed.
What happened this morning that you wouldn't warn your party about?
I don't know. I just got pushed off a cliff.
And Kendra tends to just fling fire at movement, so my gut doesn't tell me that it's necessarily aggressive. So we're choosing not to say anything.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are standing at the crest of this river area, which you can see the other side of the bank. And off to the north, the canyon persists. Off to the west, there's more area, and you do see that spire now almost towering far above, far off to the west, where almost towards the cliffside wall off to the west. The river goes down and around towards the south, and then northeast, not too far from where you guys fell down, glided down, there is a area that seems to narrow that you could traverse up and through. if you are wanting to head north.
I'd say yes. I just start taking the path.
I'll follow.
I thought we were stopping here to see if we could find supplies.
I'm sure there'll be supplies down the road as well.
How now, you were so intent on finding chaos before. What makes you so nervous today, Liam?
I look for fun, not death.
Says the man who tried riding a bear.
Did I die?
Did you die today?
I was in control of my own fate. And that's the problem.
Well, I can promise I won't try something like that before. But you and Kendra seem to have so much fun with the pranks, I wanted in on it too.
I'm sure there's some more supplies upriver. In my mind, that Blake doesn't know about, I'm moving forward and keeping an eye on the other side to see if whatever we saw is kind of following us as we move.
Okay. So you guys head
Flick has no resistance to choosing to move on. Just whatever.
right. So you guys head towards this narrow fissure in the canyon wall that you see. It leads through a gully that's choked almost with like pale brush and shrubs. A swift breeze passes through it, and towards the back, at the end of it, there's a dark, jagged crevice that awaits. And are you guys just headed through there normal? Are you trying to be quiet? Are you running? What are you guys trying to do?
I'm in no rush, no need to wear ourselves out.
I think we'll walk normal, but keep an eye for anything that might be out of the ordinary. Not to alarm anyone, but keep our wits about us.
Okay.
In that respect, I'll keep my hand on my dagger,
Okay.
as I'm wont to do.
So if that's the case, go ahead and everyone make perception checks.
Everyone, or only Rowan and I, since we're the only ones who know about the danger, or are suspicious of the danger.
I mean,
So
if
Flick looks at the two of you looking around and panicking, and Liam putting a hand on his dagger and is going to take a look and figure out what the heck is going on.
yeah, you guys
Panicky.
are going into a area that is slightly shadowed, and you're not really trying to be stealthy at all. So if you feel your character would be slightly more on edge, then I would have you roll a perception check.
Oh yeah,
21.
21. Okay.
22.
22.
All right.
Kendra is just a babe in the wind. We're caring for her.
1,000 yards there, trying to figure out what happened.
All right. So you guys work your way along the edge through shrubs, dry shrubs, and they sometimes will pull at your clothing, cracking as you pass by them. And as the fissure narrows and you start to make your way through the crevice, you see at the end of it, there seems to be an entrance in the wall where the two canyon fissures meet. At the bottom, a shadow and you see before it three creatures. And it's hard to make out from the distance of where you're at right now. But what you see is swirling and cycling of driftwood and dust and small rocks in three different areas before this shadowed portion. And the closer you get, you can hear the rushing of air and debris moving about beneath them.
Can I identify what the creatures are?
Yeah, make...
Nature?
Make Arcana checks. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Make history checks.
It's not much better. 10.
10.
3.
3.
Natural 1.
Okay.
What is history?
Us soon.
Okay. And Kendra got a 12. Okay. History allows you to recall like lore events.
Oh no! I was joking since I rolled a natural 1.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so you guys are looking upon it, and you don't really. None of you have really studied what possibly these creatures could be, but there is quite a bit of concern looking upon them.
I don't know what they are. It's time for dissection.
You want to immediately attack this thing?
Oh, no. Just being prepared. Conversation is always the best way to start. And if it can't talk, well, then we get to find out what it's made of. I'm uncertain how to interpret that look, DM.
It's nervous. See, he's like,
Liam, you're the one who says he's so good at getting people to like them. Why don't you go say hello?
Hey there, you asked me to do this as I started eating. Okay. I have no idea what these things are, because I rolled a natural 1.
It's a human.
I'm going to keep my hand behind my back, or in my back pocket, looking like it's in my back pocket, but it's on my dagger just in case. And ahoy hoy! Nice to see you out here. What brings you here?
The moment your hand reaches back and rests on your dagger, a gust of wind comes past you and goes into the canyon beyond, and you hear it passing through the spires. And Liam, you especially, you sense danger. And as you're about to call out, the gust of wind seems to steal the breath of air from you, and you pause a moment. Just a moment.
Damned allergies. Goodness. Just take a look at the figures again. And I just back away slowly without taking my eyes off them. And as I get closer to the group, I'll stage whisper, "We should go another way."
I'm sorry, I can't hear you of the wind, Liam.
I will stage whisper slightly louder. We should go another way.
Each time you say that, we lose days of travel and end up back where we started.
At this point, I'm just gonna grab Flick by the scruff of her neck.
There's a loud jingling and clanking of bottles and a faint hissing noise when Liam grabs Flick. Not coming from her.
Yeah, and as you guys start to make your way out, you hear a building of clacking and rushing of air. And as you're making your way out, you look back and see those three forms lifting up and swelling as they gather more dust and rocks and debris around them, as if they sense your presence.
Really, guys, let's get going. This doesn't seem like a good idea. Pretty bad one. As I still have Flick by the scruff of her neck.
Liam's getting the back of an axe to the gut as Flick just simply goes to walk back along out of the area.
Can I roll the dodging?
Sure.
Can I make an attack roll against
Yeah.
his AC?
Yeah, make it unarmed.
Well, she's hitting him
Well-
with the back of an axe. What is... Why is everything weird in my sheet?
Does getting grabbed at the back of the neck make you freeze like normal cats?
He's got thick layers of leather and clothing and plate and chainmail, so
Yeah, so Flick, roll a
that's an 18.
18.
18 to hit.
Liam, dexterity save.
Oh, I thought it was going against armor class.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna use my second luck of the day on that roll that Flick just did. Reroll it.
Okay.
That's an 11.
We'll keep that, and you miss.
All right. So Flick goes to slam the axe into you, clearly perturbed with being manhandled in such a manner that they cannot remember since being a child. And Liam, you instinctually know what you're doing and know what's coming at you, and you just hunch over as the blunt end of that axe comes towards you, and you're able to dodge it.
What can I say? I'm just a lucky person.
So you guys,
Careful, luck runs out.
Kendra, just a quick update. You guys were headed north through this.
There's a bit of water going through here, right?
Yes, the river does go through that area.
Flick's going to stare rather intensely at Liam. It's a cat face, so there's no emotion discernible from the stare. But he does have to make a strength saving throw to not get shoved backwards.
What happened?
Liam got handsy.
Oh. This isn't the first time.
Whoa! Let's context. I sense danger and you're ignoring it. I'm trying to save you.
Yes, but you're grabbing someone by the scruff of the neck, attempting to move them against their will. And now you have to make a strength saving throw of 16.
Is that all I missed?
This is gonna be
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Oh god damn it. I rolled a 16, but my modifier is -1. So it's a 15.
So go ahead and
You got-
describe what happens, Flick.
Flick stares at Liam, still holding the back of her neck, and the axe blow missed to the gut. But she's still quite annoyed, and a wall of force seems to shove against Liam, forcing him 5 feet away from her, into the water.
So Liam, you fall onto your bum into the water. Your legs and a portion of your waist getting soaked with the cold water coming out from the gully. But
Okay.
you have managed to pull your party out of the gully area where you had sensed danger.
Worth it. Worth it.
You explained to Kendra what it was that we were running from.
I don't even know what it was. They failed the vibe check.
There were 3 creatures that you saw in front of where the gully, the fissures came together, and there was a shadowed, almost looked like entrance at the end. But there were 3 creatures floating above the ground with swirling masses beneath them of just debris, dust, wood, rocks, and Liam got a sense of vibe, a wind vibe, that he should not proceed, which was what led to grabbing the scruff of Flick's neck and pulling her out.
Gotcha.
And remember, if someone fails the vibe check, you take that serious.
You've yet to explain what this vibe check is, and just because Kendra allows our cleric to lay their hands on them, doesn't mean I'm going to allow it.
Let's just go.
Oh, I thought the water was quite deep. Is Liam okay?
This is not the Sarin River.
Okay. The different
That's
river.
far off to the east. Yeah, this is a different river.
Okay.
I walk over to the edge of the water and I give out a hand to help Liam up, but I'm also shaking my head like, You idiot. Why would you touch her?
No regrets.
I just grab him and haul him up onto his feet.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can I use prestidigitation to dry him since I can?
Mhm.
Cool. So 1 cubic foot at a time, you're
Yeah.
getting dried off.
Are you making it known that you're doing this?
No, just
So
Doesn't have
Liam,
vertical components.
as you're standing there, Rowan has helped pull you out. You just notice that you're starting from your waist going down, your clothes just magically dry off in small portions at a time.
little pockets of steam come off of his clothing.
Goodness. Thought it was a hot day, but I didn't realize it was that hot. Or am I that hot?
Ah,
He's about to be on fire.
All right. So what do you
Kendra,
guys want to do?
Just a random question. Can prestidigitation light a torch? I can't remember.
yes.
Does it specify the torch can't be in someone's bag?
You instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. Those are the rules.
So as long as you know a torch is there, say in someone's bag,
If you immediately know the candle is lit.
just giving Kendra options.
Doesn't say I need line of sight.
Man, Liam really pissed off Flick, because Flick was normally like, don't blow shit up. Now it's like, you can do whatever the hell you want.
No
It's a
touching.
10-foot range though, so
I suppose we're not going that way then. Is there any other direction that the wind will allow us to go?
I have no idea. I'm just not that way. Not yet, anyway.
Starting to have trouble determining if the events around here are any stranger than you lot.
hey, I'm perfectly normal.
Are you?
Watch it.
Sure, Jan.
I would like to use prestidigitation to soil Liam's clothing.
Now, when you say soil,
Yeah, what?
I was thinking the same thing.
I was thinking mud, you degenerates.
Hey, I'm used to it. On the road for a while, your clothes get dirty.
All right.
So, based on the map that we're seeing, where exactly would you say that we're at for a reference?
the entrance of that little crevice on the
Yeah.
upper right side.
Right?
Yeah. You guys are like right in the bend, just past it.
And if we can't go that way, should we go take a look at this tower?
Is this the same tower that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
Well, I guess to the Tower of Doom we go.
Can we see what those dark shapes in the sky were? Are they any more clear this close?
You do recognize them. They look like the birds when you initially first were climbing up the cliffside, circling far above the shadows in the sky. And these look very similar. These actually look a little bit smaller. off to the north.
Kendra, if you lay back down and look enticing, they may come closer.
No. I mean, I already look enticing, but no.
Well, if no one else has better ideas for dinner and catching something, maybe we should just head back to the river and see if there's any fish.
All right.
I do have a javelin with me I can use to spear some fish with.
I might have a little trick. It doesn't involve flames.
What?
Who is
Character
this? Where is
unacceptable.
All right. So you guys head back a little bit, following the river southeast a bit until you get to a different bend, where there's some shrubs and dried trees behind you, between you and the river, where it just slopes down just a bit. This is a fairly narrow portion of the river compared to more when you were up on the plateau. You could see where it did widen out a bit, but this is one of the narrow portions. Liam, roll a d20 for me.
Which one am I going to use? It's the debate I have right now. Let's go with you. 19.
19? Okay. Roll a d12 and a d8. And then add them together and let me know what they are.
$11.
Okay. So you guys come to this edge of the river, and as you're settling down, Rowan and Kendra, you start discussing ways of catching perhaps some dinner for later today. Liam, you and Flick hear some noises just south of you. Soft voices. And as you turn and peer through the shrubs kind of covering your area, you see a group of about five or six humans moving towards you, all adults, and they all have large backpacks with quite a bit of gear hauled on their backs, and they seem to be trying to move quietly. And as they near you, one of them holds an arm up, and they all freeze and watch, seeing if they can spot movement of where you guys are.
Are they armed?
3 of them have swords on their belts.
So just for clarification, I can see them, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna look at them and go, ahoy hoy!
That's one way to do it.
The main one that was standing had the arm up and had moved his hand towards his sword. As soon as he hears that, he looks mildly confused. And he looks back towards the rest of his crew, which the one directly behind him shrugs the shoulders. And the leader straightens a bit. What are you doing out here?
We can ask the same of you. We're camping. Fishing, in fact. Would you care to join us for a meal? Perhaps you can tell us why you're out here.
The leader looks back at the rest of his group. A couple nods from the back before he contemplates and takes a few steps towards you, but the hand's still on the sword.
I promise we won't slit your throats as you sleep. And I pull out my dagger and sword and I drop them.
The second you pull it out, a couple of them start to draw their swords. But when they hear the clang of it falling to the ground, the oldest gentleman near the back cackles. And the leader looks back at him. And the older one slides the sword back in. And you see he's a bit thinner, still has the same size pack as the rest of them, but he's got graying hair pulled back in a man bun and makes his way with his walking stick past the leader. We're just a caravan making our way north. This is not the safest route to go, but it is the shortest route, and when your money is made from what you carry on your back, you tend to take to shorter routes, despite how dangerous they may be.
Where would you say you're headed?
We're headed north. We'll hit up the road, make our way south to Belliard.
Interesting. Grandfather, it seems that we share a destination. What would you say to traveling together? I offer my group as protection. All we ask in return is that you share some of your supplies with us. By supplies, I mean just some food.
And directions.
The old man
I mean, we're going to Belliard, so.
chuckles a bit when you call him grandfather. And he seems to puff up a bit. It seems you mistake us for those needing protection. We seem to know our way through these area. You seem to be the ones lost. It would appear as you are the ones in need of our assistance.
We could just follow you.
I think it'd be better if we traveled together. It increased, as you said, this area is very dangerous. I think you might benefit from 4 other arms. And I can promise you, we'll get you to where you need to go safely and with no injuries. All we ask for is that you lead us and share some of your food with us. We'll provide the rest for ourselves.
Make a persuasion check.
Good thing I have one more luck.
All else fails, will be just follow them.
You say that as if I could be quiet.
Okay. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and not use my luck because I rolled an 18.
Okay.
It's half fun. Look,
And I hope that's enough.
The
As Liam is
the old man sighs, as if well aware of the point being made. I've traveled this canyon for years. I've seen adventurers like you come through and through these areas. As of late, this canyon in itself has become quite a bit more dangerous. I would welcome, we would of course welcome extra hands.
Fantastic. Come, join us. We were just setting up camp and getting some food.
Then we shall help. And the group gathers round, relieving themselves of their large packs, which when they drop them to the ground, you hear clanging and shifting of items. As they settle in, two of them pull out what looks like long wooden sticks with 3 prongs on it, small ones, and you see them quickly roll up their pant legs as they wade into the edge of the river and begin watching.
While this happens, I'm just gonna grab my dagger and sword real quick and put them away. Mostly not because I feel like they're in danger. More so, I just don't want to lose something so important to me. The dagger. I mean.
Yeah. The main leader, not the older gentleman, but the original leader, eyes watching you as you do so, but seems placated as you sheath them and rejoin the rest. With that, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Okay.
Does that sound all right for the rest of you guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll be back.
Sounds good.
have 7 spell slots? We're at the 7th level?
What?
What? Oh, Flicks the Wand of the Magic Missile.
Yeah, it's just for that wand.
Oh, it's 1. Okay.
It's just kind of the goofy way that D&D Beyond shows it.
I was like, how do you have up to level 7 spell slots? Like,
It's
dang,
not good.
I'm playing the wrong class.
You're playing the wrong game.
Of the magic casters, I have the least slots because Artificer. I think Sora might have had less, but she's not here.
She's gonna have a lot to like throw in terms of levels. Because remember, she's still set up to be a level 2, even though she's level 3. So hit points, everything's gonna go up for them.
All right.
Well, they are attacked by us.
Whoops.
But weren't you more tanky?
No. I have
It's basically Sora and Nemo, usually.
good HP, but my armor class is only 15.
Everyone back?
Now that I've multi-classed, I can wear light armor.
They wear all armor types.
I can do light, medium, and shields.
All right. So, you guys are joined by this small band of
I am also playing the weakest Artificer subclass, but I did it for thematic reasons.
If you're
small
talking
band of
DM, it
humans.
shows that you're muted.
I'm muted.
Yeah.
Your server muted. You have to right-click your name and then...
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Rude. All right.
We're not just ignoring you the whole time.
So we saw you mouth, I'm muted?
Oh my gosh. So, anyways, you guys are joined as the day is starting to drag on, and we're getting close to the sun is starting to hit where it's at the edge of the cliffside off to the west. And you're joined by this group of 5 individuals, 3 adult males, 1 elderly man, and a female, younger female. And 2 of the males instantly, once they felt they were within good company, they took their gigging systems and went into the river and waded about gathering fish. The older man and the other 2, they settled down with the rest of you.
To help set up for camp, or at the very least help acquire food, Kendra will put her hands together. I request your aid in this task, and cast Unseen Servant to help set everything up.
Okay. So, do you want to describe what they look like?
Nothing. They're unseen.
So everyone else sees items starting to move about, driftwood being lifted, and carried to a pile, and the
I suppose thematically they could look like a heat shimmer.
no, you're right. You said unseen servant.
Yeah.
The DM just wanted to be able to see something.
No!
Yeah. Um, so the what you find out is the old man sees this happening and sits down with legs, spindly legs crossed, watching it. The other two behind him, the younger male and the female, their eyes widen quite a bit, and they seem to be quite on edge at seeing these tasks being done with no one actually doing it. Um, but the old man just watches it with interest before pulling a pipe out, along with a little pack, which they pull out some weeds and pack into it for lighting up, and just calmly watching this happening.
Flick will approach the older man, holding her own pipe and also offering a hand. I'd be remiss if I didn't at least introduce myself. Flickering Mountain, of the Yartar and Waterdeep Apothecaries Guild. Might I know your name?
Spiros. I know of your kind, Flickering Mountain.
Of the Apothecaries, or
Of the climbing kind with the claws. But
yes.
more so of the curiosity kind.
Yes, it's part of what causes many of us to go so far from home. But I just wanted to make a separate offer for my companion Liam, in the name of business, of course. Should you, once we make it safely to Beliard, I'd be happy to provide a letter of recommendation to the guilds in Yartar. If you're ever seeking to do business there, I'd be happy to treat you fairly.
And you see him draw in a long puff on the pipe before blowing it out slowly. Business. It is good. These youngins, they're newer to this. I'm teaching them the ways. As much as I would love money to be poured upon me, I'm also one of simple pleasures. And he takes another long drag on his pipe before holding it up, offering it to you, Flick.
Flick takes the pipe and gives a deep nod of thanks. Offers her own in trade for the moment. Takes a drag on his pipe.
The old man, you're offering your pipe for a moment?
Yes.
Yeah. The old man nods approvingly, looking it over, running a hand along the wooden spindle of it. Very nice, very nice. And what do you burn in this?
Oh, a few manner of weeds, mostly from far back home. My father had the pipe, but the weeds are something I grew up with, more naturally occurring out in the jungles of Chult. It's not necessarily as strong, but it's got a more distinct flavor.
The old man holds the end of it up to his nose and takes in a deep, sniffing breath. Eyes closed for a moment. Yes. That brings back memories. And he holds your pipe back out towards you.
She takes it back and after taking a drag on his pipe, returns his own and brings her own to her lips. Have you been to the land of Chult?
I have. Years ago. Years past when my knees weren't so creaky.
I'd imagine the hills were kinder on less creaky knees as well.
It's the humidity that kills you.
Flick gives a brush against her shoulder with a chuckle. We have a bit of natural defense out there.
Yes, us humans were never natural to that land.
Oh, certainly didn't stop others of your kin from trying.
Indeed. So what brings you to this land, Flickering Mountain?
Well, as you had mentioned, curiosity. There are many things here that simply cannot be found back home, and vice versa, I'm sure you're aware. I've operated out of Waterdeep from some time, learning enough of the land to travel, and more recently out of Yatar. Hoping to find our way to Beliard soon on a bit of guild business, actually. And so, were you to help us reach there, I would be happy to see it as an aid to the guild directly as well.
Well, I don't have dealings with the guilds. I try and stay as far away from them, in fact. The factions have a way of making things complicated. I run simple business. Whatever I can carry on our backs, and make our way through the shortest routes possible, without dying. Sell our wares? To me, that's a good day.
Of course, then perhaps I'd be interested in doing business with you more directly outside the guild then. Doesn't all have to be on the ledges. I did work out of Waterdeep for a time after all.
Big city. Lots of people. Easy to get lost.
Big city, lots of pockets.
So are there things you're needing?
At the moment, nothing of any particular sort. Though I was wondering if you might have some of the new powders coming out of the cities. It's a little more difficult to find, although I'm hoping to produce a recipe of my own before too long.
What type of powder?
The black kind.
You see him draw in a long puff before blowing it out of his nostrils, looking thoughtful. I believe I know what you speak of, but that is not the type we carry. Too dangerous, you see.
Of course. It's simply one of my more recent notes of curiosity.
Makes sense. Being from the guild you're with. No, I imagine Yata would have a better.
Accommodations?
Thank you. Oh my god. Sorry.
Oh, I know. I can certainly search Yatar once we're passing back that way, but I'm also in need of more mundane supplies. Would you happen to have any glasswares with you?
Glassware, yes. Yes, and he turns to look back. Know me. You're the gentle hands back there. Show the man the glassware. And the younger female pulls her bag forward and unties several of the straps and pulls out some common glass items, vials and empty ones and things and such. Even pieces of unformed glass, just small little rectangular pieces.
I'd be interested in a selection of vials, and if you have any raw sand as well. Glass sand.
Sand we don't carry. But I imagine in this area you'd be able to find plenty.
Well, if you have 5 flasks, and I would be glad to take 2 of the unformed pieces as well, if you're willing to part with them so far from Adriatzeb.
Business can be done anywhere. So yes, you want to. We'll say they've got several flasks. So 4 flasks and 3 pieces of the glass. I'll get the pricing for you on that in a minute. But you can add that to your inventory. It's not going to break you.
But keeps putting things in bottles. She needs to have spare ones around. And people keep calling Flick him, but she doesn't care. So. She just assumes humans don't recognize what she is.
Spiros will look at the rest of you, at the rest of your group pointedly. So what is it you all are doing out here, other than headed to Beliard?
Sorry, who is he talking to?
All of you.
Oh,
And he asked us what we're doing.
And now looking slightly suspicious.
honestly, I don't think even we know what we're doing. We're just traveling.
How is the one clearly not human person in the group the least suspicious one? I have paper.
It's because you had a pipe.
Have what?
It's because you had a pipe.
It's because you have a clear, defined motive. Profit.
Of course.
Everyone else
Liam's the rogue. Isn't that his motive too?
isn't, though.
I'm just going around trying to find people to help.
Are you familiar with Red Lodge?
Red Lodge, yes, of course. Why?
I'm sure you've heard of some strange events happening there.
More so in these hills. Although most of the rumor tends to begin in Red Lodge. For good reason. Where population exists, so too does rumor.
Well, we just happen to be helping the constable try to see if we can solve some of these instances.
You speak of Constable Harbuck.
Indeed.
Good man, good man.
Ah, yes, Constable Harbuck. Flick holds up the little coin badge that they had received back in Red Lodge. He passed these to us to show that we've been assisting him directly.
The old man kind of chuckles a bit. Shiny. Although, I don't imagine it will do you much good out here. These lands are beyond law. They've developed their own laws out here.
True, but maintaining an identity of who you are helps in any situation.
And you identify as
A
the law.
representative. Not the law, but an ally of it, and one who may use the law to get things done.
And what type of things would that be?
I'm a guild member. That would be profit.
Are you guild or are you law?
Guild first.
Well, we are simply a caravan. Merchants.
I want to insight check that.
Hmm?
Can I insight check that?
Yeah, go for it.
Like Rapiros.
Pharaohs. Just saying we're simply a caravan, but yet he keeps questioning about, are you law? Oh, I don't see shit. I got a 8.
Kendra will speak up and ask, "Hey, Gramps, you said that you come through here all the time.
Hmm?
Do you know anything about the keep that's over by the Desert River?"
The River Guard Keep. Or so they
We
call it.
we stayed there and we were promptly kicked out after some unfortunate circumstances that could have been avoided if people just listened.
You see the Spiros cough and choke on his smoke a bit as he wheezes and kind of laughs, and you see some gaps where teeth used to be as he chuckles. Run out, were you?
They fired the arrows first.
They always do.
We
Yes.
also went. We'd also gone to the Sacred Stone Monastery, and they promptly told us to leave.
Not as welcoming, that lot. The River Guard. You seem to be making your way through the Desert Valley, the Sumber Hills, hitting up all the tourist spots, apparently. River Guard Keep. They say they're making it up, rebuilding it, to protect. I'm not the final say by any means, but this old man has seen quite a lot change through the years in these lands, and I can't say they've done anything for the better, protection-wise. Obviously, seeing as we are circumventing away from them. Monastery, as you said, very unwelcoming. And then there's that thing over there, and he eyes the gleaming tower off to the west, far above you.
What about it?
They call it the sword in the sky. Featherguard Keep, they call it. No, sorry. Feathergale Spire.
Feathergale Spire.
Apparently, a group of Waterhavian Griffin warriors of type retired, moved down here, and now protect the area. They've taken over the spire. But
Have
as
you
I'm
ever
sure
Protect
you've
the area.
noticed-
Why is it so dangerous?
What was that?
If they protect the area, why is it so dangerous?
The old man smiles around his pipe for a moment, and then that would be the question of the hour, would it not?
Around these spaces, most notably Riverguard Keep and the monastery, we've noticed some odd things, and one of our party has particular interest in the keep, and we just wanted to make sure that nothing too nefarious would be happening. From your
Define
experience, at the very least.
too nefarious.
People being killed for simple miscommunications.
I haven't spent much time in the keep. Old as I am, traveled as I am. You tend to get a sense of danger. Warning, so to speak. I stayed there once, not too long ago, and after that I read the warnings and didn't return. Protecting the rivers, they say. I say look in the corners, in the dark spots. There you'll find your secrets.
Very curious about all of this, but there is one last question, then I will stop pestering you.
Oh, by all means.
Does the words crushing wave mean anything around here?
And you see him glance back at his two party members sitting behind him, who look back at him silently, warily.
Asking the good questions.
May I ask where you heard such a name?
Over by Keep.
You have to understand. As I'm sure you've heard from Red Larch, there are events unfolding in these hills. New powers have taken up residence. We are simply 5 small people, merchants, traveling through a growing chaos. How are we to know this is not a test of loyalty?
Want a vibe check. The vibe's still off. Nah, he's cool. I was in that one.
What was it?
It was in that one. Nah, he's fine. Everything's fine. No, don't gotta worry about it. Well, it was just a question. I doubted you had an answer.
You see you hear the younger female voice pop up. Spare us. We have to trust some people at some point. And Spiros looks back at her with sharp eyes. And you can suddenly sense that this is not just an old man just craggling his way through the canyon. Like, you can sense that at some point this man is very capable. But his shoulders drop momentarily as he looks back towards you. Tell me the truth. What are you really looking for in these hills?
Don't think it's something that we're looking for. I think it's something that found us and we're trying to understand it. Our initial goal was to make it to insert town name that I forgot. Belliard.
Belliard.
Belliard! Our initial intent was to make it to Belliard. But through perhaps fate, a bunch of coincidences, we have found ourselves in a multitude of predicaments that have left us wondering what's going on here. There seems to be something, but we are not sure what.
And what? Your curiosity brought you here?
Flick to one side of the conversation, just kind of raises an eyebrow at the mention of curiosity, as if to prove a point.
My apologies. And he looks to the other two party members, Liam and Rowan, just kind of eyeing them.
You have nothing to fear from me, grandfather.
And he sighs deeply. A crushing wave. I don't know much. Other than the small few that call themselves this. And he sets his pipe down in his lap. And makes this symbol. You see that? That's how you identify them. That much I know. You do that, it may open doors for you.
This is starting to sound like more than just a restoration project.
Indeed.
I suppose it depends on what they're restoring. We assumed it was the castle.
Those folks have been there far longer than it takes to restore the surface that you've seen.
Well, it seems we now have a key. We'll have to go see what locks it fits soon enough.
In the meantime, shall we enjoy a meal together?
Most certainly. I'd be delighted to help prepare.
So the other two merchants come back and several fish, speared fish, and you guys they clean them. The fire is now going, and you guys start to enjoy a meal together.
I would like to also just showing good faith and camaraderie, use prestidigitation to flavor all the fish, make them taste great.
Like stares daggers at Kendra.
Yeah, I'm a cook now.
When he gets a chance, Liam wants to talk with the old man alone.
Okay. So as people are bustling about and, starting to share the meal and such, after Spiros finishes he stands and stretches and makes his way towards the riverbank with his and a couple of his crew's wooden plates to wash them down by the river.
Is this my chance?
Mm-hmm.
Just want to be sure. Grandfather, may I have a word?
Only if you stop calling me grandfather.
Let's not make promises that we can't keep.
He chuckles under his breath.
Tell me, you've traveled around, is that right?
I've been here or there.
I know my grandfather was a traveler as well. I heard a lot of stories from him.
Old men tell tales.
As they do. In your travels, have you ever heard of anything with a pair of purple eyes?
Purple eyes. Could you be more specific?
Would that I could.
Doesn't Rowan have purple eyes, kind of?
Well, it's quite vague. There are quite a lot of creatures that have purple eyes. I'm afraid I won't be of much assistance.
That's perfectly fine. And then I pull out Talon, and I ask him if he knows anything of it. Have you ever seen anything like this before? My grandfather got it on one of his travels.
He sets plates down off to the side and holds a hand out. Old, wrinkled, gnarled hands. And do you hand it to him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He takes it in
For
his hands
whatever reason, I trust this old man.
and looks it over. Fingers pressing against the wooden spindle, especially the gem. And he presses it into the water and washes it off a bit before pulling it back out and wiping it against his own pants. I can't say I know this particular. And he hands it back to you. But I can tell you, I've never seen one quite like it.
You've seen something similar to it?
Never. There's
Alright.
lots of daggers with gems in them, but I speak more of an internal sense. Some things give off an energy, and that is not one I've encountered before.
In your travels, have you found a place where I might be able to get more information?
Any of the big libraries, perhaps? People keep records of things. It's usually a good place to start.
Do you know if there's any in Belliard?
They have a shelf there with some books. Not any. It's more just light reading. It's more of a cattle town, if anything, but you
Well,
might find something there.
well, thank you. And I give him 2 gold for the trouble.
He accepts the gold.
Let it be said that I know. Let it not be said that I don't know how to care for my elders.
You see him briefly contemplate the gold.
I'm joking with you. Just take it. Thank you.
And he pockets it. If I'd known information, completely useless information, was so worthy of gold, I'm sure there's plenty more where that came from.
Don't get ahead of yourself, grandfather. I'm just feeling charitable. And I think we both know, as travelers of the road can be hard sometimes. Use it for the next time you need to get arrested in him.
He eyes you a bit. As you say, young man. Why don't you carry these very heavy plates for this old man? And he holds the wooden plates out for you.
I'll take half of them and look at him and say, "You're not that old."
He chuckles and pushes to his feet. And you guys make your way back to the group. The others have made small, little, tiny little fires around the main one in the middle, and have made their bedding in between. And you notice they also have pulled out tents, which they have proceeded to cover with some shrubs and such. And
It seemed a good idea.
it's pretty dark in the canyon now. The sun is still off to the side, but because of where it is compared to where you guys are deep in the canyon, it's very shadowed and it's getting pretty dark very quickly, so.
Would you be a dear and help me set the tents up once more?
Nope.
And here you are.
Who are you talking to?
What?
Are you talking to Rowan or Kendra?
Rowan.
Oh, sorry.
And we can't hear Rowan.
We missed her large speech. It was very important.
Rowan took the inspiring leader feat.
Still nothing.
No.
Ha! It's not just me.
How
Oh, I
about now?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, that worked. You got it.
Good lord. Apparently, Discord decided to switch all of my stuff
Yay.
randomly. But why I've broken the roleplay here. I it kicked out my audio when you guys were doing the sparrows talk before eating a little bit. Did you guys ever ask him about what the 3 swirling creature things were?
No.
We can guess they're the griffin things that he mentioned in the story. He mentioned that built the thing.
Well, the 3 ugly things were down the tight, dark crevice, and
Okay, so no one's asked that question yet. Okay.
No.
Anyways, I shall proceed to help put up the tents.
we'll put them up a bit apart from the group, but also use shrubbing to cover them up like they're doing.
Is anyone still? Are they just preparing everything, or are people like going to sleep now?
They're starting to get ready to bed down. Um, which, while this is happening,
I want to change. I want to make little shapes in the flames to entertain myself and anyone else watching the fires.
in the individual ones or the main one middle?
The main one. Just make little shapes.
Witchcraft.
Sorcery.
A couple of them seem very intrigued by it. Spiros pulls his pipe out, lights it up, and watches calmly.
I walk up to stand next to him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get a chance to ask you earlier. You seem to know quite a lot about this area.
Traveled it quite a bit.
Do you know anything about the 3 swirling, let's say, tornadoes, weird creatures that are at an entrance to the canyon?
He peers over towards the way that you pointed. I don't recommend going that way. But then again, I'm an old man. What do I know? I simply read the warnings.
You have any idea what it is?
Never seen anything like them before. Except through there. I know they've seen me before, but they seem content to ignore me for the time being.
So they're always in that spot.
I'm not always here to watch them, so I can't answer that honestly. What about you? Never seen one of your kind before?
A human?
You're not the first to say that.
What is it? Your heritage. Where do you come from?
Short answer is I don't truly know. But I was raised in a little fishing village. Brought up by a family that adopted me.
Are any of you related?
Not that we're aware of. I think it would be quite strange if I was related to any of them.
True.
Though who can say where my father is now?
Well. Flick.
Yes.
Roll a d20 for me.
17.
So you guys start to bed down for the night. Spiros offers for him and his crew to take 2 of the watches. If you guys want to split them up.
Sure, I'll take first watch tonight.
Take last.
Spiros and his crew will take the 2 middle then. So go ahead and make perception checks.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Wow, I rolled good. 22.
3.
Okay.
Kendra sits
Natural
staring
20.
intently at the cliff face wall. Does that happen to be where the sun would be?
Maybe.
All right. So you guys bed down for the night, and as you each take your respective watches, Flick, you do hear some crunching movement off in the distance towards on the other side of the river, further to the west southwest, where you had seen the shadows previously. But nothing really happens.
Like
I know
watches the direction with clear, predatory feline eyes reflecting any lights in that direction.
And you can barely make out some of the shrubs shifting a bit. And as you stare for minutes on end, eventually the shrubs shift again, and you hear the movement moving further off, back towards the way that it had come. And you guys are able to take a long rest. And in the next morning, you hear some of the merchants moving around as they start to awaken, and they start tossing wood onto the almost dead fire to get it lit again and bring the heat back. A couple of them move back to the river to try and acquire more food, moving quietly, respectfully of those still sleeping. And it's pretty dim still. You can tell there is light cresting from above. You can see it in the sky above, beams of light moving, shooting through the very thin fog that had built up through the night, that is quickly evaporating.
Didn't think about the fact that we're in a canyon again. We're in a valley. Huh. How do I get up there?
I feel like Kendra is the least capable of getting up there on their own.
You might be right.
Kendra, as you are contemplating this and you start to feel a slight anxiety building within you, as your ability for your normal tradition, your morning tradition, seems to be incapable of reaching it and obtaining it. You feel a slight panic building within you. And then you feel a warmth spreading from your amulet. And it just takes over and almost like relaxes any of those muscles that were tightening. And your lungs, which you felt starting to get tight, just relax as you draw in a deep breath of cool air. The warmth just reaching around you.
I'm going to whisper to my amulet and ask if it's okay if there's not direct sunlight on me while I pray.
You don't get a response.
I'm gonna do it, and hopefully there's no anxiety later today.
Flick has spent quite some time with Kendra at this point, and realizing where they are, will come out a bit early and approach Kendra. Are you having trouble, Kendra, dear?
Just hadn't occurred to me that I wouldn't be able to see the sun directly here.
I can get you up there, if you trust me.
Well, the last time I trusted you, you pushed me off the cliff. I 100% trust you. I'm going to close my eyes.
Flick nods her head and passes a potion to Kendra. Take this and move your way up there.
Okay. What did you just give me?
It's my alchemist feature. I rolled a 5 on my experimental elixir. It's a potion of flight, flying speed 10 for 10 minutes.
Holy shit, I can fly! Well, now I have to do the thing that I wanted to do. Oh my god, I'm gonna take out some of the kindling from my bag. I'm gonna light it on fire using the main fire, and then using control flames make it look like I have wings of fire.
The caravan people are alarmed by this, as this lithe redhead all of a sudden sprouts wings of flames, and they all kind of back up and gather together, hands on weapons, as they watch you raise up into the air.
As an additional thing, Kendra, roll a d20.
Yay! Is this like for a potion side effect?
Yes,
Oh boy. 18.
nothing happens.
Cool.
Side effects are not guaranteed.
Then once I reach the top, I'm going to do my morning prayer.
Okay.
Which just so happens to last for 10 minutes.
So you go, are you flying up onto the cliffside?
Yes.
How long does the potion last?
10
Or
minutes.
yeah, it lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So
A flying speed of 10 for 10 minutes. So if one turn is
6 seconds. And every minute I move 60 feet.
so it's 600 total feet that you can fly.
Cool.
Unless you dash, then you could do 1200. Because it just gives you a flying speed of 10 feet.
Nice.
All right. Kendra, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
It's dawned upon me that because of how long the prayer is, there's a good chance I don't have a way down. That's Hey, remember when you kept saying that I kept rolling really high? I have rolled a 2 5 times tonight.
You still have your inspiration?
No, I don't.
Damn it.
All right. So you are up there and praying.
How's a cat butt?
And Kendra, as you were up there, did you say you landed on the cliffside?
Yeah,
I'd
I'm.
imagine on the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys were at a shorter area where there was only like you were about 250 feet up. Um, and every now and then you hear a slight echo from below. Very, very slight. But you do hear birds off in the distance, a caw here and there. Um, and then you hear a piercing laugh reverberate in what you think is just your head, but you hear it echo down through the canyon. And as you turn and look down, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Huh. Exactly how far away am
250
That's
feet up.
250 feet up. Well, that's a little farther than my 100 reach.
Sorry, just want to confirm. We got a long rest before, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
you
that
had
one.
luck back.
That's a nat 1.
Same.
And just not in this fight, I guess.
Correct. That's a 9.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on a second.
I am sleeping hard in the tent finally. Kendra's not with me. Oh,
All right. Rowan, what did you roll? A 1?
one for a total of 3.
3?
Flick would be over near the base of the mountain where Kendra went up.
Okay. And what did you roll, Flick?
12.
I rolled a 1 that turns into a 4 when we add initiative.
Wait, what are we getting attacked by?
Yes.
It's not. It's not grandfather and his people, is it?
Kendra, as you are looking down, you see a horde of zombies closing in
Oh,
around
thank goodness.
both sides of where the camp is set up.
Oh, it's just zombies.
Oh, it's just zombies. Well, whatever.
All
That'd be a
right.
nice thing to echo down. Just yell zombies.
Bees?
I cannot wait for you to like disable the GM layer and there's just zombies everywhere.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Hey, what are the chances that Flick could cast Featherfall on me as I'm about to hit the ground?
Kendra, what did you roll? 1 total?
Yeah. Total 3. 4.
4. Okay.
Yeah, Flick can totally hit Kendra with a feather fall.
Cool. So I just need to trust you and jump.
Flick thought this through, don't worry.
All right.
And you didn't try to grab her by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah. And you go before me in initiative, so you can just hold your action to cast Featherfall when I'm in range.
Don't have to, it's a reaction.
DM, just a heads
It
up.
is.
I rolled a 9 initiative.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the 16 there.
Yeah, mine's also at 12.
All right. Let me. Descending. Okay. Okay.
Featherfall with an action. That's even better.
So we start with. hold on. I need to find my thing here. We start with Flick.
Really? At 12?
Oh, you had 12?
Yeah, I kept saying that.
I
21 was what I
I
had
typed
last
in
time.
21 because I'm dyslexic.
Well, 21's what I had the last combat.
All right. I
Oh, wow.
apologize.
We're all at the bottom.
All right. So zombies go first.
Maybe you guys should pray in the morning. Maybe this is what you get for not praying in the morning.
Look, Kendra, we respect everyone's beliefs or lack thereof. Don't be that person.
Just saying, I'm praying and I'm safe.
Okay.
So you think zombie comes up behind you and pushes you off the cliff?
Hey,
Another
you
on
worked out
keg.
last time.
Okay. So we'll start with this zombie is going to move towards Rowan and is going to make a. He's just going to run straight for you and try and slam into you with his body. Ooh. That is 20 to hit.
Ooh, that hits.
Okay. That is 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And then this next one will also move. And that's as far as it can get. And this one. Okay. Flick.
Do they seem like they don't notice me at all?
They are not paying attention to you. And you are up.
What are my ranges at? I don't want to go far because I want to catch Kendra to get her in the fight.
And you cast through Spider Pot.
Only touch spells. Actually, I suppose I should check Spider Pot's range. No, not very good. Well, I suppose we'll open a salvo as Flick brings up her full and proper alchemist gear to load some of the incendiary fluid in it, and is going to take a shot with a firebolt flask at the closest zombie.
Okay.
That is an 8.
That does not hit.
So as Flick fires up the flask, it
Oh,
falls.
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It hits. It
An 8
just
hits.
barely hits.
We have to roll an 8 or higher. That's the information we have.
I rolled a 2 and have a +6. Flick brings up the alchemy gear and lobs a flask at it as it impacts the zombie, bursting into fulminous fluid for... if I can find the right one. 3 fire damage.
All right.
As Spider Pot emits a horrible screech. And moves forward 5. Let's... I gotta find a way to keep this stupid screen for Spider Pot open. It has a longer fly speed than it has regular movement. It will be in the air here. Did I say there or there? One more to the left, yeah. Thank you. And there's no longer any soup in it, so it's just shooting Force Blast at this one.
Do it.
That's a 9.
That hits.
I'm rolling low and still hitting, so.
You have to roll a 1 to not hit it.
Yeah. Well, the Spider Pod doesn't have as good a bonus to hit as I do. 5 force damage.
Oops, that's not how that works. Oh, that works. Okay. Good job. I don't know why I'm telling you good job. All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. That brings us to the next group of zombies.
Spider Pod is about 20 feet up in the air, out of zombie range.
All right.
Or
This first one
anything I know you can do.
is going to run straight for you, Liam. And much like it did with Rowan, it's just going to try and basically slam itself right into you. And that is 12 to hit.
The zombie charges at Liam. Liam sees it coming and sidesteps.
Awesome. All
And
right.
if you wanted to dance, you should have asked.
And then this other one is going to come at you as well. Same thing. That is a 20 to hit.
That most definitely hits.
All right.
A nat 20?
No, not natural.
Thank God.
That is also 4 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
And then this one will move down. Okay, that brings us to you, Liam. You're up.
1 second. Just updating my health. Okay. The one that hit me, the top one, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll look at it. Say, I guess I've got my dance partner. And with Talon in my hand, I attack. That's a natural 20.
Awesome.
Okay.
Double it.
So, we're doubling it?
Was it?
Okay.
Is it?
No.
No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry. I'm sorry. Max. Just Max.
Yeah, that's when I was like,
I'm sorry. I was thinking back to my other game. Just max damage.
oh, that would be a 7 then.
Okay. 7 damage. Awesome.
And with my bonus action, I'll take my short sword and the same swipe. So the first one comes down, one hand, and the same momentum with the other one, I'll slash at its throat.
Same
And
one?
then- yep.
Okay.
You know what? No. The one that I'll use the momentum to hit the one that missed me
Okay.
with the short sword, and that is a natural 20.
So how many?
I got this. Can I get this die? Like,
I want to say it's the dice tray because it's actually like it's actually landing nice on the tray. And for reference, I'm throwing it like that. So, but okay, so that's max again.
Yeah.
Okay, so with just for confirmation, for the bonus action, we're not doing the +3, right?
No.
no.
Okay.
You need 2 weapon fighting for that, like the actual feat.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to confirm because it's been a while. So that's gonna be 6 damage.
All right. Okay. Anything else?
I got nothing else.
All right. So you're hacking and slashing at these two that came straight for you, and you're going to stand your ground. That brings us to Spiros. Spiros, seeing all of these zombies coming towards the group, just closing in, you can see he's immediately ready, and yet at the same time really perturbed by the idea of zombies in this canyon. And he quickly motions to his group to come towards him and behind him. And he simply takes a position in front of his group. And that's going to be his movement, is that and pulling his short sword out. Rowan, you're up.
No, my initiative should be 3, not 7.
Uh,
7 was last time.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's because you're so buff.
Kendra, you're up.
All right.
Flick motions up to Kendra with one hand. Jump, jump.
I jump.
And as a reaction, Flick draws up her alchemy gear and fires off a shot, hitting Kendra with compaction that slows her fall. Because she couldn't do it like last time where she was able to just touch them.
You're doing this on
Casting Feather Fall on Kendra. As a reaction.
as a reaction. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
It is a reaction spell.
Good. Okay.
That's why I was able to actually take a turn.
So, okay, and I believe that's what, 60 feet per second
It's a
round?
falling creature's rate of descent slows to 60 feet per round until the spell
Per
ends.
Okay. And you're
When
about
did you-
250 feet up.
Yep.
So
we
when
have
did you-
to.
I can't hit her with it until she's within 60 feet of me. So when
Okay.
she's about 60 feet up, she gets Featherfall.
Okay.
So
Alright.
that's all the
Yeah.
movement for my turn of just being able to land. But now I'm within murder range.
Okay. All right, and that brings us to the commoners.
Oh no, I still have my action. I'm within murder range.
Okay.
All my spells are 120 feet.
Okay, go for it.
I'm going to cast Scorching Ray. And I'm going to be attacking. Oh, that's not pinging.
So the girl with the
this
flaming
one-
wings has just leapt off the top of a cliff,
This one.
shooting lasers of fire at things.
Yes. So
Don't hit us.
that's a nat 20. That's a 21.
Damage.
And that's a 7. So one of them missed. So one of them was max damage, and that would have been math 12. 12
Right.
fire damage
On which one?
on the closest.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. You said 12.
And yep.
Okay.
And this one is taking 8, and the last one missed.
All right. So as Kendra, you're falling, you're seemingly getting used to this falling deal, and you are able to concentrate and still call on your sacred flame, or
Scorching Ray.
sorry, scorching ray, and able to. You guys see just shooting bolts of fire and light from up above and hit these two zombies. Anything else?
That will be it, I think. Yes.
Okay. And that'll bring us to the commoners, which are going to spend their turn moving as far away as possible.
I hope y'all know I picked up Featherfall at my most recent level up.
Making great use of it.
Well, the same use, twice.
Okay.
I knew we were doing cliff stuff, so I thought it would
Now
be
we're
pretty.
at Rowan.
I will go ahead and swing my warhammer at the zombie that's right next to me
Okay.
that decided to body slam me. Rude. 13 to hit.
That hits.
It'll be 5 bludgeoning damage.
All right. Anything else?
I'm gonna stand my ground.
All right. So you stand your ground. And that brings us back to the zombies. Starting with the one right in front of you, Rowan. The one you just hit with your sword. That is 11 to hit.
Misses.
Okay, they swing down and miss at you. The next one is going to come and make its way over to you, though. And that one's going to make a swing at you with its claws. And that definitely does not hit. Actually, this is going to start going down. Okay, so the rest of the zombies start moving towards the group, which brings us to Flick.
Alright, well now that Kendra is at least close enough to the ground. Let's see. Liam can pass a dex save, right?
He didn't before.
Yeah, high
He's
dex.
lucky now. Let's see. I couldn't get there in one turn anyway.
What about your feline agility?
It only gives me so much extra.
Okay.
Still, move up to here just to get a better shot. I am using feline agility, which just gives me double movement for one turn, and I don't get it back until I don't move for a turn. Here. Hmm. Alright, so Flick loads up her chemical weapon of, horrible war crimes. Loads in an acid flask, firing it right here, spreading to this one. Nope, spreading to this one. And both this one and this one need to make a Dex 14 save.
Okay. How much? 14?
You're muted, but yes, it was 14.
Oh. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, Dex 14 save.
No, you're fine. Yeah, they both succeeded, even with a -2.
Unfortunate.
So they both were able. It still flings towards them, but it doesn't seem to affect them for whatever reason. It still splashes them, but these undead are seemingly learning the ways of your party.
Butterpot moves up, screeching and making horrible, spinning blade noises, because the way it flies is the legs are mounted on a brass ring, and they spin around. It's basically a helicopter. And it's shooting at this one. For a 12. Which I'm pretty sure hits.
Definitely hits.
And that is 6 force damage.
Awesome. So that one, the spider pot, hits it with a force, and it just goes flying. It literally shatters into pieces, and bones and flesh just go flying this way and scare the shit out of this commoner down here. But that one is done. Anything else?
No, that's my turn.
All right, that brings us to Zombie 1 is going to make an attack on Liam. I'm sorry, the one on the left to be Liam is the first one. That is a 4. That does not hit. So the one just north of you is going to make an attack. That also does not hit.
Boys. I know you want to dance, but one at a time, please.
This one's going to close in around you as well.
Are we using flanking rules?
And that is a 15.
That hits.
Okay. Oh. That's 2 damage.
Yeah. Okay, I'm down to 21 now.
Alright, and then this last one is starting to move towards the group down here. Alright, Liam, you are up.
Grandfather, are you okay over there? Haven't thrown your back out yet, have you?
He's like 5 feet from you.
You, amidst the zombies, you see a middle finger just in the air, and amidst the growling, just a "fuck you!"
And I'm gonna roll an attack with my dagger towards the zombie to the north of me. And that's gonna be. Oof. Okay, that is my. That's an 11.
11 to hit.
Yeah.
That hits.
4 points of damage.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, first off, before I continue, I just want to ask, no sneak attack, right? Just to confirm.
I don't think any of your sneak attack conditions would be in play here.
That's what I figured, but I thought it wouldn't hurt just to verify.
Oh, you're a swashbuckler. Let me check.
I'm not close enough to be like that ally that's close.
Yeah, I'd have to have a...
Within 5 feet, right?
Yeah.
No other creatures within. Oh wait, you're surrounded, so other creatures are in 5 feet of it. This
Yeah,
isn't-
and all my allies are within 10 feet, so I can't do it.
Okay.
Okay, no, just wanted to confirm. So, I'm gonna roll for my short sword again.
Okay.
This time, so first one, right hand swipe at the chest, the dead zombie in front of me. Now I'm going to, with my offhand, take my short sword and stab it behind me at the zombie behind me.
Oh, nice.
And that is 19 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Okay. That is 1 point of damage.
Alright. So the tip just impales almost this hollow area that was already in the chest, but you're able to dislodge one of the ribs. Anything else?
Yeah. I'm just gonna say to all the zombies, come on, Let's make this a little more showy, guys. We're up on stage.
Alright, that brings us to Spiros, who is pulled his short sword and he is going to go ahead and make a swipe at this one right in front of him. And he completely misses. His concern is mostly with his party behind him, and he's starting to see that other zombie make its way, and he just completely misses his swing. Kendra, you are up.
All right, we're gonna be fancy. First, gonna move. Move there. That's all I can move. And then we are going to meta magic quicken spell guiding bolt this zombie all the way over here. That's a 19.
Definitely hits.
That's 4d6. 10, 12, 14 radiant damage against it.
You said this one?
Yep.
Okay. 14.
14 radiant damage.
Alright.
And the next attack roll against it has advantage, which is why we did quicken spell, so that way I can show off my new move and cast Eldritch Blast. And that's a 15.
Definitely hits. Are you doing it on the same one?
Yep.
Okay.
And that is 9 force damage as first Kendra's Guiding Bolt goes over and shines light all over zombie, making it very easy to see as from her amulet just a beam of crackling red energy comes out and just envelops the zombie.
And it doesn't scream or anything, but you just hear as it is enveloped in that energy, and it turns to ash and just floats up into the air. Anything else?
That's all I can do. That was a
Well
lot.
done. All right, commoners, the merchants, they are going to continue to huddle together and form a line. Rowan, you're up.
Okay, I am going to take another swing with my warhammer at the zombie to my right. That one.
Okay.
Twenty-two to hit.
A 2?
22.
Oh.
Pretty sure that hits.
Yeah, it hits.
Ugh, gosh. 3 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna immediately use one of my war priests, which allows me to do another attack.
All right. So you feel that electricity shoot down your arm and give you extra speed as you do another swing.
11 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And 4 bludgeoning damage.
All right. That brings us to zombies. All right. So the one that you've just been trading blows with is going to make the first swing at you, Rowan. And that is a 12 to hit.
Misses.
All right. Next one. Definitely does not hit. Okay. This one does make a hit. They, well, 23 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. Oh, I don't even have to do that. That is 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And that brings us to Spider Pot.
Technically Flick.
Oh, Flick. I'm sorry. For whatever reason, Spider Pot comes before you, and I always read it. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're gonna park here for the moment. Try to cut ones off that might run for the villagers, since we did agree to protect them. And we're gonna peg this one with a firebolt. Which Flick draws up. Flick draws up her horrific contraption that's at this point just dribbling chemicals out the front. Loads in a new concoction and gets a 10 to hit.
Definitely hits.
So as it lobs, this time the glass shatters on the end of the contraption as it's firing off back to back as fulminating fluid shoots through the air, landing on the zombie for 9 fire damage.
Okay, and you said that was this one?
No, this one.
That one. Thank you. All right.
The one closest to the people we said we'd protect.
Got it. All right. What else?
And Spider-Bot takes his shot, targeting the same one
Okay.
for a 12 to hit.
Hits.
That does 6 force damage.
All right.
Shrieks, and the little dragon-shaped spigot fires off a bolt of energy, impacting the zombie inside the chest.
And it shrugs it off. Bits of skin and bone just kind of falling off. But it stands there, still growling towards Spiros. Anything else?
Nope, staying right here so I can get my speedy movement back if I need it.
All right, that brings us to the next group of zombies, which are going to continue wailing on Liam. No,
Liam, you need some help?
that's 6 to hit. No, that's 17 to hit. Okay,
Just a heads up, 14 hits.
okay. That is 3 damage. And another 4 damage. And that brings us to you, Liam.
Okay, so I'm feeling a little tired, a little haggard. I'll look at the zombie to the north of me and say, "Come on, you can dance better than that." And with talon, I'll aim to stab it in the eye,
Okay,
like just full on the hound in the mountain's eye, dagger.
do it.
That's a 14.
Definitely hits.
And that's gonna go for 5 damage.
All right. Starting to look hurt.
Okay. While I've got the dagger in its eye, I'm gonna take the short sword in my left hand and just jam it up its face, like just down below the chin, right up.
Nice.
And that's gonna roll full. That's my attempt. It rolls at a. That's not bad. 17.
Definitely hits.
Okay. And that's gonna be 3.
Okay. So your knife goes into its eye, and it's just that eyeball was still there, and then you just squish it in there, and then follow up with the short sword into its jaw, and its mouth falls open over the sword, and you can actually see it through its mouth, and it just still standing.
That's 19 points of damage I've done to it.
All right, that brings us to Spiros, which is going to make another attack at this one right here. And he hits, which is 5 points of piercing damage. There we go. Kendra, you're up.
So, the tokens are kind of hiding Liam and Rowan's health, so I don't know exactly what they are. So I'm just gonna guess that they're not doing too high.
I'm probably doing better than Liam.
I'm at 14.
Yeah, 14. Well, good thing for you. You are within 60 feet of me now. Kendra's going to run up and see that in the horde, trying to figure out what is going on, and see that Liam is kind of getting beaten up by 3 zombies all at once. So, just going to reach her hand out and, for the first time, use this new class ability, Healing Light. So, Liam, you get 2d6 of some health, because they get 1d6 of this health, because I want to save one just in case. Alright, you gain 4 health. Good for you.
All right.
A little bit of warm tingling. And next, we're going to cast. We're going to
You
cast
dry him,
Sacred.
you make him wet, you tingle him.
Next,
You're welcome.
we're going to on this one. We're going to cast Sacred Flame. It needs to make a Dexterity saving throw of 13.
Oh. Yeah. You got it.
Cool. Alright, takes 6 radiant damage.
All right.
And that's all I got.
Oh my gosh. It is. It literally, it's just standing there on ash and bone. It just looks like it wants to fall over. Which brings us to the merchant group. With having seen you guys now take out several of these zombies, and seeing Spiros fighting them. With their swords drawn, they seem a little bit more bolstered and are now going to try and rejoin and help. And he is going to make a swing at that one. Just barely. And that's 2 points. So that one, Kendra, that you had just hit, that was just standing there barely, a commoner, you hear from the background suddenly is bolstered, and you hear him cry out, almost like the hobbits when they first start swinging their swords coming out, and runs up and just almost whacks it, not even with like the sharp end, just like with the flat end, unknowingly, but is able to turn that one into dust.
Nice. No, don't get bolstered. No. These things
And-
can still kill you.
The other 4 are also encouraged by this and run forward, which brings us to Rowan.
So after my last swing, which I was kind of like coming down this direction, I basically turned it, and now I'm gonna take a swipe up, just aiming straight for the head of this zombie that just has been in my face this whole time. 15 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Right.
Do it.
5 bludgeoning damage.
You, enraged, just swing down on it, and it crumbles. And you're finally able to take this one out.
And I might as well go ahead and use another War Priest. And after doing that initial swing, I'm gonna basically know that there's one that's like right in front of me. And rotate it again and just go straight for the stomach of the one in front of me.
All right.
I'm seeing a theme that the ones that are hit with radiant damage fall a lot easier.
Oof. 8 to hit.
That hits.
Three bludgeoning damage.
All right.
And I'm gonna continue to stand my ground.
All right. So you sense the merchant group coming up behind. You also hear them. They are crying out with their swords raised, coming up to help. And you hold your arms out, ready to protect. And that'll bring us to the 2 zombies in front of you. And that is a 10 to hit.
Misses.
And the other one misses as well. Okay. Flick. And then Spider Pot. You're muted.
Fire.
Sorry.
Looking at the situation, Flick draws up her weapon and pulls a mask up from the scarf that wears around her neck, covering her face and mouth. Moving south into a position. It's a 5-foot wide spray. Would it hit all the zombies plus Liam? From here to here?
Mm-hmm.
Flick
Why?
moves into position.
I just healed him.
He'll be fine.
That's what I said about burning hands.
He'll be fine. And as Flick draws up her weapon, now the nozzle clearly dripping with something hideous and glowing, lets out a horrifying oosh, and everything directly ahead, plus all of the zombies, except this one, plus Liam, need to make a Dex 14 save.
So we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zombies and Liam.
Yep.
I drew a box for you.
One of them succeeded.
Any that did not succeed is now covered in acid and takes 2d4 acid damage at the start of its turn.
Got it.
What sort of save did I need to make?
14.
Of dexterity?
Yes.
And that's with the modifier, right?
Yeah, it's with your
Dexterity save.
mod.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 20.
Yep. I was fairly confident it wouldn't hit Liam.
Yeah, so Liam, you see out of the corner of your eye this bottle, or is it a
Oh,
bottle?
it's not about. It's basically a laser made of
Okay.
green ooze.
You see green coming at you, and you instinctually just duck flat, and all of them get hit, and it goes right over your head. And you just kind of look over at Flick like, come on, man.
I'm going to yell, "What the hell?"
Touchy.
All right, anything else? Spider Putt?
Oh, I realized there was something else creative I should have done, but I forgot, so I won't bring that up. Yeah, Spider Pod will take a shot at the one Flick missed.
Okay.
19 to hit,
Definitely hits.
5 force.
Okay.
That's it. Takes a shot and reconnects itself to Flick's gear.
All right, and which brings us to the zombies surrounding Liam, which now make 2d4.
2d4 acid damage, unless it takes a turn to wipe itself off.
Yeah, they're
Well,
not
it-
smart enough to know to do that. Okay, so the first one takes 6 damage. The next one, 7 damage. Which the acid completely corrodes that one.
That's such a powerful concoction.
It's like becoming Flick's signature spell.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Liam. You're up.
I mean, they still get their turn.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. All right, so they're going to make swings at Liam. Starting with the one on the upper right.
They probably look even more horrifying as they're dripping and melting now.
That is 10 to hit. No. Another 10 to hit. And that one does not hit. So they just start swinging wildly over you.
Because Kendra healed me, I feel invigorated. So now I'm just dodging their swipes,
You're in dodge mode.
just dancing.
All right. And now it's your turn.
Okay. Well, come on, boys. Let's make this flashy. And with
I already made it splashy.
flashy, Flick, flashy. With Talon, I'm going to forward thrust into the one to my left. And that is going to be 12 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Okay. The 7 points of damage.
7.
Yep.
All right. Anything else?
And, yep. With my bonus action, I'm going to take the short sword in my left hand, and while I'm thrusting, do a sideways slash to the one to my behind me, at its throat.
This
And
one?
that is no,
Oh.
the one below.
Gotcha.
Yep, left hand.
Sorry.
No worries. And that's going to be a 11 to hit.
Uh-huh.
1 point of damage.
All right. Coming to Sparrow's turn.
By the way, I just want to point out that's the second turn in a row that I did 1 point of damage to that zombie.
Resilient fuckers. Coming to Sparrow's turn.
Flick calls out, seriously, don't touch that stuff.
He is going to move to the left here to make a swing at the zombie over here. And he definitely hits, which is 6 damage. Kendra, at the start of your turn, you hear high above in the sky long calls of birds, vultures, and you see shadows on the ground of wings circling around. You're up.
Looking up, are they vultures or no?
From what you can tell, they look like they're just vultures.
All
Very
right, well,
high, very, very high up.
All right, well, not gonna deal with that then. We're gonna move fast. We're going to. That's not the move tool. We're gonna get over here. We're going to then use specifically the spell slot I get from Pact Magic to gain 2 sorcery points, so I'm back up to full on sorcery points.
Okay.
And then I'm going to spend 1 sorcery point, so that way I can do twin spell Cure Wounds. So that way I can cure wounds on both Rowan and Liam.
All right.
That's a bunch of math, and I love it. All right, so both of you get healed up by 10. And that's all I can do.
Okay. That's huge. What's your max healing on that?
Max is 11. I rolled a 7.
That's
To
really
say. Yeah. It's like almost full health again.
good. All right. So Rowan and Liam, you guys in the midst of these horde of zombies that are just seem unending and surrounding you, you feel warmth spreading from your chest, and any damage or bruising, cuts you have sustained, it seems to be cooled with this warming sensation. It's terribly odd, but you trust it at the same time.
Icy hot.
Yeah, icy hot, essentially.
How many points of damage did I heal there?
You're up to full.
Oh,
10.
that's
10 points. Yep. Which brings us to the commoners. Or the merchants. This one's going to move this way and take a swing at this one. And
This is where
just makes it.
being multi-class to warlock really shines.
And does 2 points of damage, hacking and slashing. And that brings us to this one, who's also going to come up and make an attack. And also hits. 1 point of damage. And this one's going to move up. Take a swing at that one. Actually, I'm just going to move them both up, because that's what's going to happen. And they both hit. Okay. Rowan, you are up.
Okay. I am going to go ahead and use my Warhammer again. Thought I might switch it up, but nah, it's working for me. Why use spells when my Warhammer is doing just fine?
Bang, bang, Maxwell Silverhand.
Yeah, 11 to hit.
Definitely hit.
8 bludgeoning damage, and I was attacking the one that's directly in front of me.
Alright.
And might as well use my very last War Priest. Natural 20.
Max it!
Oh, finally. So that's 10.
Oh man, he is barely there. He's just breathing bad breath on you, essentially, at this point.
Is that the one that the acid missed?
No.
No, it did hit that one.
We probably won't get to do anything else.
And I will continue to stand my ground.
Alright. Which brings us to Acid Hit Zombie, who surprisingly takes 1 point of damage.
It's 2d4. How could it take 1 point of damage?
Takes 5 points of damage, but only needed 1. And he's dead. Alright.
Just breathes unpleasantly on Rowan and then tips over. Melts.
Flick, you're up.
Oh, we've quite cleared the crowd at this point. Just going to take a step over here, and we're gonna peg this one with a firebolt. At this point, Flick's equipment is just dribbling a horrible mess of glowing orange and green fluid as it disgorges another spray of fulminating orange liquid towards the zombie with a 14.
Yep.
Is 7 fire
Okay.
on this one, which gets splatted from behind as it's next to the villagers and catches fire.
And he winds up backing up, screaming in flames. Well, silently screaming, almost like the Crypt Keeper, and just falls to the ground is ash.
Takes a shot at the one behind Leah
Okay.
with a 17, so I'm sure that hits.
Yep.
That is 4 force damage.
Okay. Anything else?
That will be it.
Okay. That will bring us to zombie. Alright. So this zombie is going to make a swing at Liam for a 9 to hit. Okay. Next two zombies are also going to make swings. Ooh.
I don't think anything under a 10 can ever hit a player here,
Yeah.
unless some shenanigans are going on.
Alright, that's a natural 20 for this one. And the other one was a 19 for this one.
Those both hit.
Yeah. So 6 and 8 damage total. from
How
both
much?
of them. 8 total. And that brings us to your turn, Liam.
Okay. Without saying anything this time, because now I'm hit. I'm gonna take Talon first, and then slash down diagonally from like right to left, and that's gonna be a nat 20.
Which one?
The one to my left,
Okay,
to the west of me.
got it.
So that's gonna be a total of 7.
Perfect.
Okay, and I'm gonna attack the same zombie with my short sword.
Don't need to. He died.
Oh,
You definitely crumpled him with that first hit.
then as it comes down, I'm just gonna, when it comes down to his hip, just turn around and stick dagger just across, tearing him off, like the top off. Sorry, you asked us to be more descriptive
No,
with our
I love
attacks. So, okay. So with my short sword, I'm not gonna attack the one behind me, the one that's only ever taken 1 point of damage each turn.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do more than 1 point.
Okay.
So, using the momentum of that spin, I'm going to take my sword and aim it backhanded into stabbing it into its temple.
Okay.
And that is 23.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
That's going to be 2 points of damage this time.
2! Well done!
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Which brings us to Spiros, who's going to move up and hack at this one right here. And he definitely hits. 5 points of damage. So Spiros actually, seeing the rest of his group just like taking their swords double-handed, like slapping at these zombies and doing some decent damage, he comes up and swings up with his short sword and slices this zombie's head clean off, and the rest of the body falls backwards. Kendra, you are up.
Can I hit the zombie with my crossbow? Or would I probably need to go here to make that safer?
I mean, you could go right here if you wanted. That would probably be a clear shot in between the two of them.
Cool. We're gonna do that.
Or you can go, yeah, right where you're at. It's fine too.
This is fine. Just go next to the person in a gas mask and chemical thrower. Just a normal day at the office. 15 hits.
Definitely.
And max damage of 11 piercing damage.
And with that final damage,
I'd imagine at that point the bolt just goes clean through it and it just tips over.
the skull goes with the bolt, and it winds up landing
In
20
the river.
feet down the way into the a rock side. And with that final one, you see the skull of the zombie on the bolt of the arrow that you had just shot, and it turns to dust and ash and just floats softly onto the ground, and you see the rest of the bodies also turn to ash and float to the ground and disappear.
Awesome.
And you hear that same piercing laugh, Kendra and Flick, echo through the canyon.
Oh my god, it's that guy with the damn arrow.
Just be sure, everyone. Seriously, don't touch this stuff. And goes around kicking sand over the acids and other chemicals she'd spilled.
How are you doing there, grandfather?
Spiros looks up at you, wipes his sword off on his pants, and then slides it into its sheath. I don't believe I took any damage. Yourself?
Well, like I said, it helps to have the assistance. I think I took all the damage that your people should have gotten. Were we not here?
I believe the deal was we offer you food, you offer us protection.
I have no problem with that. I'm just saying, you said you'd be fine without us. Clearly you needed us.
During their argument, I'm just gonna walk over and tell Liam, sit down, we're treating your wounds. Now.
More like playful banter.
Spiros chuckles at this, and then a look of concern does come over him. Zombies, undead. I am familiar with these, but Not in this canyon, not in these hills. This is new.
While I'm bandaging up Liam, whether he wants me to or not, just gonna say, yeah, there was like this arrow that we touched. It happened once before, but I took care of it. I don't think it has anything to do with the actual place that we're at. I think it has to do with some person who has a vendetta, and I accidentally got in the way of it.
You see him pull his pipe out and
What the fuck, Liam? You just got 10 HP. I'm loving this.
start to light it as he puffs on it. Sounds
Thank you.
vaguely like a curse to me.
Just want to confirm that was 10 HP to me right now.
Yes, because healer's kick. 'Cause I'm healing you whether you want it or not.
Okay, max HP then.
Aww.
Cute couple.
I will burn your flesh off your bones!
Me or Liam?
I haven't decided.
Yes.
I just point Talon at Kendra and say, "Bring it, Limey."
Luck is just going to set about cleaning her equipment. The chemicals are nothing to laugh at. She can't do everything like magic like some spoiled people.
Not spoiled. By the way, I'm going to put 2 sorcery points into my spell slot.
Spiros watches this banter back and forth and looks over at you contemplatively, and we appreciate the sentiment of protection. But curses are not something to be taken lightly, especially when you speak of hordes of zombies that could possibly come at any moment.
I didn't know it was a curse until just now. Thought it was just a one-time thing. Happened in Red Lodge. We took care of it.
We did. And he takes a couple steps forward, kind of leaving his merchants to discuss behind him, and leans in, speaking softly to you, Kendra. But I cannot risk the lives of those behind me. I think it best if we part ways. You understand, I hope. It's no offense. You all are clearly doing good things, however, this group is no match for hordes of zombies at any given moment.
No
Wow.
offense taken, grandfather. Understood.
Could you at least provide us directions to Beliard? We'll travel separately.
Of course.
I disagree with your assumption. However, I understand.
Spiros looks back at one of his merchants and makes a hand gesture, and the merchant quickly digs into his bag and pulls out a piece of paper with some charcoal, which the Spiros lays flat on a rock and begins to draw out a map for you of the surrounding area. Which would show you that Beliard. Alright, so you guys are like right around here. And Belliard is here.
How the hell did we get there?
Carefully.
Because we couldn't go through the keep like originally intended.
At this point, we may as well head back to Red Lodge.
Yeah. Might be the best bet. And then we can get stocked up again, go the actual way to Belliard, and then go see what's going on in that.
But we're like
Keep.
here, and isn't Red Larch like here?
Yep. You guys essentially. Oops. You went from here to here. And then from here, you came back down and went along the cliffside until you came to this area.
So you spent a few days just going in circles, going backwards.
Yes.
This is why we need to buy a map.
Or actually use the wagon that Flick got. Get a horse somewhere or something.
Spiros rolls up the map carefully after throwing some dust on it, and then hands it over to Flick.
Flick is realizing where they are and what progress they've not made, is just kind of looking a little dejected, but takes the map.
Don't take it to heart. These hills are dangerous, and it's easy to get turned around. Especially when you're met with closed doors and mysteries. Mysteries tend to make the heart wander.
Closed doors and zombies and giant insects. Wind that says no out of a crack in the wall.
Insects. Giant insects.
Up there.
What type of insects?
I can't remember what they're called.
Honk eggs.
Yes, that.
And he tilts his head back a bit. Stupid insects. Great hearing. Best way to avoid those is to not move at all.
The curious thing is they came upon us while we were sleeping.
That is quite unusual. They tend to hit during the day when people are moving. Where did you say they hit you?
Atop one of the mesas, after we were sleeping, at the crack of dawn.
Ever more curious.
was right
tend to stick
after
to the
we-
lower grounds.
It was right after we went to the monastery.
And a look of understanding suddenly hits him. Well, then I'd say you have your answer. They're not generally creatures that can be led, except by perhaps movers of stone.
The more he talks, the more I want to commit arson against some monks.
Speaking of arson, would you care to explain whatever that was that you shot that zombie with? did not look like any fire I'd seen from you so far.
Yep. Not quite sure myself.
Witchcraft.
Sorcery!
That was no sorcery.
Sorcery. You, madam, you do witchcraft. I do sorcery.
And something else we've yet to discover, clearly.
Well, I think we've worn out our welcome, Sparrow says to the rest of his group. Thank
Yes,
you for the company.
It was a pleasure, Sparrows. I hope we'll meet again once we've dealt with this curse nonsense.
We tend to make the route through this area. So long as we survive, we'll see you again. Perhaps in Beliard.
To our next meeting.
And he reaches into his back leather pocket and pulls out a small pouch, which he holds out to you, Flick, and the slight head nod.
Takes the pouch and nods back and just takes a quick look inside.
It's just a bunch of weed.
He nods and tucks it into the coat.
Essentially.
So don't light that bag on fire.
Now, Kendra, you could do with some relaxing.
I don't think that's a good idea.
And then Sparrow looks back at the rest of you. Looks at Liam. Till next time, son.
Liam walks up to the Spiros, grabs him by the forearm, says, "Be well, grandfather."
And he will head off towards the narrow part of the river and will lead his group across.
Once they're out of earshot, Flick will approach Kendra, just gently tap her shoulder. This is why some stories are best kept secret until we understand their repercussions.
You wanted to know?
I will never say honesty is a bad thing, but it's not always the most effective of routes.
I tried being dishonest once. Nearly got me stabbed in a hole next to a rock that somehow mysteriously got tipped over.
Well, to be fair, you did set him on fire first.
Anyway,
Covered me in acid.
You're fine. Hold on just a moment. Let me make sure. And Flick pulls her scarf back up and leans in close to Liam, looking into both his eyes, and just nods and backs away once more.
just waiting for one day you just cover him in like baking soda. Since we're here, we have to make our way back to Red Lodge anyway. Why not stop at that spire over there? It's on the way.
So we do have quite the day ahead. We could go take a look, see where all these vultures are resting. Maybe give someone else a zombie headache.
Maybe you find someone to remove this curse. Who knows?
I'm thinking we could approach the church once we're back in Red Lodge. Something relating to a curse they may have more information on.
Hopefully.
does tend to be the domain of gods and devils, after all.
Hmm. It's been a few days since the last time zombies attacked. So if I might want to stay outside of the town just in case.
At least when we take our rests.
Yes. Then all of you can go and ask about removing the curse. If they can, then I will come to town, get rid of it.
I think I'll be joining you in that. I could hear the cackling myself.
Ugh, gross.
Liam, would you like to hold the arrow for a bit?
I cannot state how little I want to do that.
Oh, don't you want someone inside your head? Laughing?
I have enough in my head.
Why would we want to curse more than one person?
It's a bonding exercise.
This is not icebreaker time.
I also
The
didn't-
two of us can wait outside town until you might get some information for us. It's a good thing I have the tents.
It's a good
Wait,
thing I have a
don't you have a
servant now.
bag of holding?
Yes, it's my own design. I can store quite a lot.
I mean, could you store the arrow without touching it?
I think the curse has already been transferred on contact, since it's still clearly affecting Kendra.
Yeah.
I haven't touched it directly, ever, but gloves don't seem to me of any help.
So we go to the spire, then we go back to Red Lodge to rest and get this curse nonsense taken care of.
I'd be curious to see the spire.
We came all this way.
We've gained so much information. Might as well gain a little bit more.
We
Onward!
We can always come back, and it might be a good idea to go see it when we aren't being chased by zombies.
Well, the last time it happened, like 3 days ago, just happened. So we at least have a day.
I vote against this.
I vote for the tower.
Ella.
I vote tower. Sorry, Liam.
You already got to vote against us doing something recently. We're doing something else now.
I would like, however, to do a short rest so I can get that packed slot back. And so I could get some of my other stuff back.
So 10 minutes.
Also, it's almost midnight, so we should probably end soon.
All right. So you guys take a short rest at the same riverbank, discussing which way you want to go, and ultimately the team decides to turn their eyes towards that spire, the Feathergale Spire, off to the northwest edge. And as you look off that way, you see those vultures that had been circling you earlier, slowly making their way across the canyon.
Like, we'll take the chance to serve up a bit of leftovers for food to everyone since we missed breakfast due to a zombie incident. Except Kendra.
Alright, so you guys partake of a short little meal, short rest.
Like, specifically does not give anything for Kendra. Since she clearly did not like her food the other night.
And turn your eyes towards the white spire, spearing into the sky. And that's where we'll end it for tonight.
Yay!
Just as a
Also,
note, Flick's clear guiding principles, she'll always vote to go somewhere new, and don't knock anything she makes. Very prideful in her work.
Kendra's trusting. She's starting to trust.
Yes, but she intentionally flavored food that Flick prepared.
And she's got a new toy. She wants to try it.
All right. So,
Right? That's like sitting down at a restaurant and breaking out your own spices as the cook serves your food.
I see nothing wrong with this.
so we'll plan on not playing unless, for some reason, Rowan, you are able to break away. Otherwise, 2 weeks.
So I'm gone the 12th through the 19th.
Okay.
But I should know this week if I can make the 12th work.
Okay. All right. So we'll just kind of.
I just can't do the 19th.
Okay. All right. So we'll see if we possibly can on the 12th. If not, we'll kind of see what we'll go
play
from
by
there.
ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll play it by ear.
Okay.
Just to point it out, EXP.
Yep. We
Yes.
had 2 fights and roleplay.
That's right.
We traded pot.
So
I did some math.
You traded pot. What do you know?
I did some math because I was
Hey, you
curious.
all get magical gods and things to give you visions. Flick's got to get her own.
In one turn, this is the most resource-heavy thing to do, but in one turn, I can heal someone maximum 38 hit points.
What?
That's my entire health pool twice over. If I cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level, twin cast, so that way it's a bonus action and an action, and I max roll on both, I can heal someone for 38 HP on one turn. That takes 2 2nd level spell slots and 2 sorcery points.
I'm gonna
But
say
to be
right now,
clutch.
I do like the fights are getting harder. It's a little more fun and a little more chance for us to get creative with what we do.
okay, so that's going to be. It's real low on the zombies, unfortunately, but with the Ankh eggs and then general roleplay, we'll say that was around 700 each.
Nice.
Alright, just need 2,958 more.
All right, good game, guys. Good job.
Anytime you see me drawing lines on a battlefield, you pretty much know what I'm trying to do. I only get 3 first level spell slots, so I gotta make them count.
No, that was a great hit. That was a really good hit. You guys had some really good.
I had like 2 or 3 natural 20s in a row.
You had like,
Yeah.
and then you had a natural 20 in the fight on the Ankegs too.
I love this new tray.
Don't put anything in it other than your dice. Trust
Nope.
me.
Nope. Only thing that's going in there is dice.
My rolls were super mediocre, but the only way an attack roll from me wouldn't hit the zombie is if I rolled a 1.
Oh,
Because I rolled a 2 and hit a zombie.
yeah, they were only 8. Like, AC
Like-
was.
Last level got my intelligence modifier to +4, so my spell attack is +6. So a 2 + 6 is 8.
All right.
You could always start making them like ultra zombies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I miscounted earlier. For the healer feat, because it's so damn good for some reason, it's 1d6 + 4 plus the amount of hit die you have. So that would have been
Holy crap.
from a max roll, that's 16 HP that you would have gotten just from one use of a healer's kit.
I have a healing spell.
Sounds
I
like
have several now.
y'all can take some more damage.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of this shit I can do is a bonus action too. Like now that I'm
And
a
I
warlock.
have healing as well, so it sounds like Kendra's really like great at DM.
Yeah, like healing light is the thing I got as a warlock, a celestial warlock. So now I got a pool of 2d6 healing as a bonus action. Can only use it once per long rest, but just there you go. And now with twin spell
There
and
you
quicken
go.
spell, there you go.
All of a sudden, we're attacked by a red dragon.
It's fine as long as I stay out of danger. I'm fine.
I don't actually have a ton of great damage options right now. I have fire. As you noticed, when I'm not lining up my spells, which I only have 3 slots, I have fire bolts and the force attack from Spider Pot, which isn't that strong.
I'm just lucky.
Additionally, if the way I deal my maximum amount of damage is if I get max damage rolls on 2 scorching rays, because that's 6 beams all at 2d6. So that would be 72 damage if I rolled maximum on everything.
By the way, when I was debating feats last week, it was between Lucky and Inspiring Leader. But I didn't feel like Inspiring Leader really fit Liam's character. So, sorry guys.
That's cool.
It's cool, it's
Alright.
cool.
Actually, one last question, just for future reference. Do you allow flanking rules
For
for combat? If we're flanking an enemy, that you get advantage.
One on either side.
honestly, I have no idea. I'll look into that this week.
It's an optional rule. Otherwise, if we want to give someone advantage, we would have to use our action to do the help action
The
to
help
give them
action's
advantage.
what I'm more used to.
That one thing
The
no one
flanking's
does.
mentioned in the DM book, by the way.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll look into that and
Whatever
Yeah.
you feel comfortable with. I was just curious.
yeah.
But
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll let you guys know.
cool.
Alright. Thank
Okay.
you guys.
You had fun tonight.
Have a good rest of your night and we'll see what happens this next Saturday.
All right.
Yep.
Alright. Night.
Bye, guys.
Night, everyone.